Coming through there too.
This combination of ideas come into effect. Here we have to put together with. Thanks, Tim. Yeah. With care and difficulty.
You want to, why don't we play that? I just want to hear what it sounds.
Okay.
Things which for Paul presented themselves on good biblical grounds as a single compact whole. I was
Sounds great.
I'm just going to do a test on Zoom real quick.
How is it? Not good.
The dental office that I worked at when she was a baby, would take her, Dr. Palmer, she called him Donut Man. He and her would sit every morning at 7:30 and give her a donut.
Is that your first one out there? Are you gonna go too crazy?
Tom or Tom Pappas.
How long it takes to get to those places? Like we used to live in it's between Roseburg and Grand Tracks, but so it's actually incredibly. We worked at international borders for them. It was incredibly close to Crater Lake. It's like maybe like 20 miles. Yeah, it would take like 2 hours.
Yeah, gotta let people in.
Am I on the right one?
I don't know. I think so, yeah. Don't you know how to invite people in?
Nope. I haven't done Zoom.
Yeah, let me see.
Everything else should be good.
You gotta go on Zoom first.
Yeah, it was like 95 that day, so it was.
Got that? See what I'm doing?
What's that?
Do you see what I'm doing?
Yep.
So,
It's so weird to be like treading water and be able to just see infinitely down and show you in the lobby. Like,
this is so slow.
yeah, just nothing. So some pictures like my sunrise look like we're flying because the water's so weird.
Somebody named Tom just called for phone too.
That's not,
Huh?
I know that's not,
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I cannot remember people's email that don't do their, it drives me nuts. Why they don't just do standard email.
These are owning, that's good.
There you go.
Even if she wasn't the baby, she's just so sweet. most intimidating group I've ever spoken to. Oh, it is, isn't it? 12 teenagers. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That is much more fun. That is truly a gift. There's so much more fun. That's just because you diss all the adults while you're there and make them feel comfortable. Right. I speak the truth.
Do you do it in love?
You guys that are teachers on extra special be here today.
Remind me your name?
Kaylee.
Julie, hi, Anthony.
Anthony.
I'm
I was asking Lisa, I was asking Emma about Anthony, was it happening this year?
Oh, I
I don't think so.
I doubt it.
I don't think so.
I think the
Still
first
COVID.
official conference would be the Phoenix.
It's a national, right?
Yeah. But other than that, they haven't been holding. That'll be the first conference since COVID.
And Tucker took a paid position at Grace Chapel, so I would imagine that it's probably impacting the plans for at least the next couple of months.
Could you guys check to see if you're getting my Zoom invite?
Tucker, what's his last name?
You got it?
Tucker,
Loading.
Okay.
He was at Portland?
yeah.
Now is he gonna be the pastor of the church in Mexico, or you?
Worship pastor.
He's the assistant worship pastor.
These are from the girls.
You
want some blueberries?
I don't know where it is.
Oh, thank
Yeah, they're
you.
from my daughters. Do you want them up here or up
Wow.
there?
Here. Yes, I'm not gonna waste it on you. Okay, when you guys go on Zoom, could you mute, please?
Those windows, mainly behind the-
Now he looks, now it looks like a chapel. I would put it on the church lady. I don't know.
You're gonna take that man.
Yeah. Well,
All right, you on, Cindy?
Hi.
Yeah. When you come on Zoom, if you can then put it on mute, that way we don't get a feedback.
Okay. Looking for mute. Never done Zoom before.
yes. All these things, cancel again, Mario.
Where is mute at?
The mute button should be down bottom or where it should be a little mic.
I'm sorry that I can't find it.
Hey, Matt, you want to help Christy to find the mute, Cindy to find the mute button?
I think your mic's the only one that's on. Hi, Cindy, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, so if you take your mouse and put it over kind of the Zoom, like the actual screen,
Uh-huh.
is there a lower bar that pops up at the bottom?
Oh, yep, I just found it. Okay, I will mute myself. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, you guys, I'm gonna get started. So welcome and to our family systems and family therapy 2. And first, some administrative stuff. For lunch, I'm going to order from Paddington's Pizza. Paddington's is considered by some people to be the best pizza in town. I'm sure there are some stupid people who disagree, but we're gonna need to order, and they have nice thin crust, and it's they actually take 3 days to prepare their dough. And the dough, the crust is amazing. So we'll have Paddington's pizza, and then I have 2 kinds of salads, and then I have a special dessert for you guys. So a lot of food for breakfast, and so help yourself. And I think I'm gonna order 1 large vegetarian. Any vegetarian people? Okay, and then one, I thought I would do Canadian style bacon and fresh sliced tomatoes. And then the third one, if we do a third one, is kind of a meat pizza, a salami, pepperoni, mushrooms, and lean beef. Yeah, there's some people who are just garbage eaters, right? They just eat anything and everything. Isn't it fun to get old and be just sarcastic?
Thanks for providing the bacon.
Thanks for providing the bacon. Okay, so would somebody like to offer a little prayer, ask God's grace for us as we try to tackle this incredible subject called family systems and family therapy? Anyone?
I will.
Okay, go for it.
Thank you, Jesus, for the opportunity to be here. And we ask that you would help us lay down any distractions, and we ask that you would expand our capacity for learning and absorbing information. We ask that you would bless Dr. Manoff with just your wisdom and insight, and that his words would just be your words. And thank you.
Amen. Okay, so here's your handout. And on the first 3 pages, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 family therapy modalities and perspectives. Each one is a whole course in itself. And so there's been a huge movement in psychology, and I'm not going to be able to cover all of them. So I picked out 3 critical ones that I think are very useful in counseling and with key concepts. Reason why we study family systems and then slide from that to family therapy is family is there are 2 relational systems that defines all humans. One is marriage, and that's the primary system where it's I call Adam and Eve dance, and different cultures have different kind of understanding of marriage and different expressions and ceremonies and so forth. But if you strip out all those cultural things, you look at the basic, we have 2 people basically. Exception would be polygamists and polygamy societies. But even there, you have a hierarchy of relationships. It's not unusual to have a favored wife, okay? Which is interesting, right? Why isn't it just pure egalitarianism? In relationships, you cannot have equality. equality does not work in relationships. That's not a good concept to have about, if you want to understand the dynamic. In relationships, you have two people interacting, and you should give both of them equal opportunities, but they're not equal. The basic biology says that. In neurobiology, male brain, female brains, characteristically, we got some differences. The push to equality is not a very useful concept in relationship. It may be necessary in terms of law and providing protection, equal opportunities, all that stuff. But the basis of human existence is this, what I call Adam and Eve dance, and then build upon that, you have family. Now, most people reverse that and think family is a foundation, and then you have marriage. No. There's a reason why the Genesis story begins with Adam and Eve, not a family. And that's going to come home for us when we look at distressed families and distressed family systems. All distressed, dysfunctional families will have mom and dad who are not really teamed together. Okay, and so one of the first things I look for when I do family therapy or whatever is I look at the couple's relationship and try to strengthen that. All right, so I'll look at your handout, and then I try to diagram family systems of family therapy is a major paradigm shift. So I try to draw it out, and we can do it this way. All right, so let's see. Okay, so if psychology is a study of the individual, we can put the individual as our subject. And psychology has two disciplines: personality theory, and that discipline we're trying to understand the person. Harvard University in the 30s used to call it personology. And then we got sophisticated called personality theory. I wish we would have stayed with the old label because it describes, we're trying to study a human person. And then when you study a human person, it always begs the second question: how does a person grow or develop, right? And that's developmental theology. So the twin towers of psychology is personality theory and developmental psychology. All right, so beginning, and Freud is considered historically Papa Freud. He is, if psychology as a community was a dining room table, he would always sit at the head of the table, and everybody around the table has to acknowledge him. Whether you like it or not, Freud is Papa Freud in psychology. You may object to his theory, his understanding, you may try to move beyond, but you can't get away. And Freud was brilliant. You don't have to agree with Freud, but if you stop and think about it, when I was teaching grad school, the way I would bring that home is I could just put a blank piece of paper in front of each student, grad student, who tend to be a fairly bright bunch, and says, okay, without referencing any source, just go inside yourself and construct for me a personality theory of how you understand the human person. Good luck. That's what Freud was trying to do, right? So, and so he was trying to go inside the person. In classic Freudian psychoanalysis, you had the couch and the person laying, and Freud actually sat behind, and so that the person could not see. And classic Freudians wouldn't say anything. They let the silence bring relational stress and tension. And in that tension, stress, psychological material bubbles up. And then he would do dream interpretations of free association work, okay? But notice, he's saying there's only one person in the counseling room, and he's trying to go into the psyche. So he's an archaeologist digging into the inside of the person. Got it? All right. And there are three meta psychological insights from Freud, which has become part of our society. You live in a Freudian society. The way you think about a person, the way you think about the past of a person, and the way you think about the mental health of a person and their sense of the future is Freudian. And we haven't moved beyond Freud in our society, yes.
Was Freud influenced by a Greek construct of thinking?
As a Western civilization person, certainly he did. And he, the Greek metaphysics, remember, split reality into heaven and earth, spirit and matter. And most Christians and Christian theologians operate out of that. And that's consolidated through Augustine, St. Thomas Aquinas, and others. And then the stepchild of all that is systematic theology. In theology, there are different theological disciplines. One's called systematic theology, one's called philosophical theology, one is called pastoral theology, one is called apologetics, and one is called biblical theology. In biblical theology, if theology was a tree, would be the roots and the trunk. Then you got different branches. So when you listen to a theologian on YouTube, you have to put it into context where they're coming from. My focus of desire was philosophical theology. The reason is because I wanted to do biblical theology, but I sucked at language so badly. I knew I couldn't plow through German, French, Latin, Hebrew, Greek, and probably two got through Greek and Hebrew. I mean, barely. But my passion was biblical theology. All right. So Freud. Okay. So a Freudian house. You see this? So on the first page. So I thought, okay, how do I help understand? Help us understand. So I thought, well, Freud was a house, and Freudian thought psychoanalysis was a house. Okay, all right, so the foundational understanding of Freud was he saw humans as instinct-driven. You see that foundation, instincts, drive, model. Then he thought in terms of life instinct, which is libido, sexual energy, and so forth, and death instinct, aggressive drive, and death instinct never really caught on. In fact, some just thought Freud just had a bad day. He must have been depressed when he came up with that. But sadly, he did make his accurate observations. Some people seem to be on the path of self-destruction, right? And you probably have known those people yourself. All right, and then the ground, the philosophical intellectual ground is twofold. One, he is part of the modernism, the Enlightenment era, which is moving away from a religion and faith and sliding towards reason as supreme. Okay, the Enlightenment period, humans were going to establish a just and equal society through human endeavor and reason. 20th century is the most bloody century in human history. Some approximate 250 million people were killed by their government. And there was not a single year in the 20th century, all 100 years, where there wasn't some war someplace in the world. It is the single most bloody century in human history. But we think the 20th century, the modern century, modern time was very, very enlightened. No. If we use such categories as conflict, wars, and so forth, and murder to assess humanity, humanity seems to be digressing rather than
in the name of progress.
In the name of progress. Okay? But he was a modernist. And then also what's interesting is that his psychoanalysis, his understanding of human actually is probably impacted by his own family experience. And he was part of a Jewish family, and his mother was a favorite wife of her husband, and but there, I think there was another wife, and subsequently, and he actually had a nanny who was Catholic, who used to take him to Catholic mass, and it may have been that he actually was impacted by the mass and liked it. That's sketchy, questionable as far as actual proof, but we do know that his nanny was strangely and sadly fired. And some feel like that may have had a real impact on his attitude on religion and so forth. Okay, in the frame of the house, he thought of humans developing through different stages: oral stage, anal stage, phallic stage, latency stage, and genital stage. Notice Freud was not a dirty old man. He stopped having sex with his wife at around 40. But he kept smoking cigars. Some of us sarcastically thought he should have dumped the cigars and kept making love to his wife. We may have had more compassionate psychoanalysis. He literally stopped having sex with his wife at age 40, which is fairly young as far as male sexual potential. And he suffered through 28 cancer operations. So he should have stopped smoking cigars. All right, and he put together a boys' club in Geneva, a Freudian group, and I think their first discussion was the art of making cigars. Boys' club, yeah.
What years were these?
I would have to go back. It would have been in the. I had to go back and take a look. It would be before the 30s or in the 30s. Okay. All right. So Freud. What we want to get from Freud is psychology is going inside archaeologically, and notice. That's what most people who go to counseling think is going to happen. right? And so we call that going into a black box. All right. There's going to be lectures on that. And then, so the therapist here is trying to go into the black box. All right. Going inside, there's all kinds of theories about that. Then, and that is called first order cybernetics. Second order, or you can think of this is the basic foundational Western psychological perspective or paradigm. And that's going to shift. And I have a lecture that will help us to explain the shift. And then, if you turn to the next page, you see the therapist and the subject, and then the black box. You see that? In the first order cybernetics. In the second order cybernetics was a shift towards context. And first, systems psychology is looking at a person as a person, an individual embedded in a system versus isolated individual. Most counseling today, sadly, is still done Freudian style, though technically they're not doing Freudian psychoanalysis. The orientation is, I got to help a person who sits in front of me. And somehow how you help that person is to kind of go inside, get their experience and so forth. And if they have conflict or dysfunctions in their life or struggles, it's probably something defective or erroneous or something that needs to be healed, corrected, right? Well, welcome to being Freudian. That's a Freudian notion, okay? And so you end up being an archaeologist going and digging, all right? All right, second order cybernetics, some theorists, and we're gonna get into them, start saying, wait a minute. Don't forget that this person, there's no such thing as an isolated person. A person is always a member or part of some system, a couple, marital system, family system, cultural, nationhood, all kinds, right? And so Cuba currently is in turmoil of some sort, and who knows how it's going to be played out. If you're living in Cuba, there's no way to avoid the meaning and impact of what's happening, because as a Cuban, you're not an isolated individual Cuban, you're Cuban within a Cuban context. Does that make sense? And so that's a shift, and that shift is called second order cybernetics. Okay, and so we begin to see people contextually, and it's wonderful, okay? But some theorists says, wait a minute, don't forget, the therapist is part of the system. And so the sense of Freud not even looking at the client, he's doing psychoanalysis, he's saying he's doing objective analysis. At no time are you not in the room, even if you're not speaking. And if you're in the room, you're impacting your client, even if you're not engaging verbally. Well, it's just very simple. Do a simple experiment. Tonight when you go home, just take 5 minutes and go into your study or whatever that's private, close the door and just lay there in the dark, close your eyes for 5 minutes. Then go to your bedroom where your wife is and don't talk to her, don't say anything, just lay down again, same activity, and close your eyes for 5 minutes. You will discover internally things are shifting. Simple. Reality, okay. So family studies and families therapy is systemic psychology. We see the person as a member of the system. Any questions, thoughts so far?
Remember when the shift was for family systems style? Was that Virginia Satir? She one of the first ones because I remember the psychology classes back in graduate school. They were talking about this dynamic, and it was brand new. It seemed like for some strange reason, though now it seems very commonplace. It was very unknown at that time. You remember the kind of the shift?
Yeah, it's all in the PowerPoints that I'm going to show you. Okay, we'll cover all
I was
those.
just feeding you kind of like, right, yeah, forward, yeah, takeaway. Okay, great.
Yeah. All right. So I just did screen sharing. So hopefully you guys can see my screen. Cindy, nod your head if you can see my screen. Computer screen. Can you? All right, good. Thanks. All right, so Virginia Satir is one of the premier family therapists, and she is part of. She was a pioneer in what's called communication, family therapy, and we can touch upon her. I'm not going to focus on her, and she was part of a group called MRI and Palo Alto and so forth, and I'll try to give you some of that history. Okay, family therapy is very complex, long, and I'm only going to give you a scanned view of it, and then focus on critical critical theories that I think will help you guys. All right, so this one, first of all, let me show you, if you guys have computers, I have downloaded all my PowerPoint here if you want. You should have gotten a lot from Family Therapy 1, okay? But in case, here it is. But let me take a look at that. Okay, so it's ICI course and we did family therapy. Okay, so we got tons of stuff, MFT material, MFT theories, and that's what I'm going to be working on. These are all the family systems theories, which would include Lani, Virginia Satir. Then I gave you PowerPoints on addiction, since addiction from the family systems is treated differently than individual addiction. And then California MFT. California has the highest MFT standard in the nation, and so I gave you some of their material. There's some clinical material. This one's really interesting, called 60 interventions. If you want to know what therapists and counselors do, California MFT did research, and they identified 60 therapeutic interventions that's done, beginning with accurate empathy, affirmation, anger management, assertive training, communication skills, and endless. And the nice thing is they put it all into one page, and they describe the various stages of counseling, and then they identified for you the treatment unit is an individual, couple, families, or children, the various interventions, and they identified it, and what stage of therapy does the intervention occur in, early, middle, or termination. And then they gave you a one-page description, the purpose, steps, additional guidance. All right. If I had time, I would teach you all 60 interventions and practice them. If you want to know what therapists and counselors do, the 60 interventions, I strongly encourage you to develop your own counseling Bible, 3-ring notebook. I would print this out and put it in. Okay? So that's what that is. And then those of you who, Mario, this is where you are. Those of you who are going to be going for a family license, here's a whole study guide with tests, practice tests, and then various theories and other resources, all right? So it's all there. And there's some almost 2,000 documents. So I'm giving you library. Okay, so we are going to go to a little bit of history, family systems and family therapy history. Any questions so far? Okay, so family systems. This is the content. I'm only going to fly over this. It gives you, if you want to review, so you can see family systems, family therapy through the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and today. Okay, and there's a huge paradigm shift. Paradigm is when you have a different perspective and view. It's like if you go to a hunting lodge and you're looking through a window at the scenery, and then you go downstairs into the dining room that's got a big picture window, all of a sudden you have a different view of the mountain. With shifting perspective. And that's what our nation is going through, a forced paradigm shift. It's called critical race theory. It's called equality, so forth. It's a shift. The battle is not, in my opinion, isn't over rights and so forth and so forth. The real battle is vision. What is the American vision? What does it mean to be American? And remember, Proverbs says, without a vision, the people perish. Vision gives you a sense of coherence and organization. And Freud had a vision. Family systems is shifting that. Okay, the classic paradigm that Freud operated out of is you reduce everything to its building blocks. Chemistry, the chemistry teacher has up front the chemical periodic chart, right? Because everything chemistry goes down. So for chemistry, water is H2O. Okay, that's reductionism, and it's brilliant for science and necessary. horrible for relationship. Okay. Your brain has a left side and a right side. The left side is analytical, logical side, and it's really good to reduce things to its building blocks. But unintentionally, people who are strongly left brain people, they don't understand that when you do analysis, you actually split the relationship temporarily. I've observed this long enough. Within seconds, I can tell if a person's left or right brain dominant.
You quit staring at me.
And Proverbs says, trust me with all your heart, note the language, and lean not unto thy own understanding. Your intellect is the worst part of you for relationship. You need to not make your intellect the head, but the tail. Let it serve. Let the heart lead. And everybody has a right and left hemisphere, and then you can slide. Okay. Mechanism. Humans are understood in terms of structural parts and components. That's Freud. Okay. Reductionism. Descartes, remember, says, I think, therefore I am. Note the reductionism and mechanism embedded in that. And Newton laid the foundation of differential integral calculus, and he brilliantly understood and saw the cosmos as interconnected, like a grandfather clock. Brilliant notion. And it's really good for science. Not very good for relationships. Okay. In relationships, it's very simple. If you say to someone, hi, my name is John, what do you do? That's so wonderful. But what's going on is more than an intellectual curiosity, intellectual endeavor to ascertain some information. As evidenced by tone. Hi, my name is John. What do you do? Same words, different tone, right? Sigmund Freud, psychoanalysis. Now, in response and reaction to Sigmund Freud, three huge movements called general systems theory, cybernetics kicked in, and general systems theory. Again, we don't have time to get into depths of this, but Ludwig Bertalanffy is one of the critical players, and he was a biologist, and Ludwig is a biologist that you couldn't keep breaking down the organism down into smaller parts. So when a biologist looks at an ant, you can't just keep breaking the ant down into its anatomical parts, its seemingly instinctual parts, and so forth. There's something unique in order to capture what an antness is. No such word. Okay? And so systems concept. And then he started to work with basic things. What is it about systems? One, he discerned that a system is either open or closed system. In open systems, organisms interact with their environment, organisms exchange and relate to this environment, are constantly changing an open system. I grew up in an open family system, as evidenced by Sunday. After church, we always had people invited to our Sunday dinner. My wife grew up in a closed family system. Outsiders usually weren't invited. We're not talking about is one system better than another. You will have in couples therapy one person who comes out of an open system. They always want to do something, invite some. Another person wants everything, doesn't feel secure unless it's cloistered. Okay? And so systems, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. That's a systems understand. You can't just understand someone by just breaking them down into constitutive building block parts. Somehow all those parts are interconnected, interrelated, not only to who they are internally, but outwardly, relationally. These are paradigm shifts. Eco-finality and eco-potentiality. You can review these on your own. Different concepts, and then cybernetics was very instrumental in World War II. The Germans, brilliant scientists and engineers, put together a code machine, and they also knew that a code machine might get captured and the enemy may pick it up, and then they would then decipher their code, and information was vital in success of a battle, right? And so sure enough, the Allies got hold of a German box, code box, and some of the Allies wanted to break the box open and see how it's building blocks, note the mechanistic view, and then see how the thing works. Cybernetics scientists said no, because Germans were so ingenious that if the Allies tried to break into the box to see how the box works, it would destroy the box. They engineered the box in that way. So the cybernetic scientist says we don't have to go inside the box to understand its functionality. All we do is observe what goes in to the box and what comes out. And if we have enough data, simple, brilliant move, and it's anti-Freudian by implication. Get it? We don't have to go in to a person. We need to see what goes in. Who knows how that person processes, or how that family, or how that culture processes, how that church group or profession process. We just need to find the output, input, output, to infer what's inside. Simple, brilliant. And that's how we do family therapy. So in family therapy, we don't ask, why does a person do what they do? We ask, what function does what they do play? Couples in dysfunction and marital conflict and marital distress and family functions are constantly arguing, asking each other, why do you do that? Why do you do that? Not a very significant question to ask if you want to understand the system. A better question is, what function does you always coming home late to work? How does it impact the relationship? Coming home too late always allows you to be in control of the relationship and puts your spouse in a one down position. Yeah.
So that the shift from kind of personality theory to system theory? The difference between those questions. Why do you do this versus what functions create in the system of our relationship?
Systems psychology still has a personality theory, but it's not individually driven. whereas Freudian and other personality theories oftentimes is individual focused. Individual focus based on classic Freudianism goes like this: self-identity, self-worth, self-efficacy, self-agency. We got to make you a whole self-differentiated, autonomous person. Then you will be healthy and whole, and you will have a healthy and whole relationship. I constantly have couples coming in, and I ask, how can I be of help? And had 2 of them, one this week, one last week, new couple, and they both presented the same thing. The guy's doing porn. And both couples want my help to fix him and porn. And since I don't do one-person psychology, but two-person psychology, I always start out with, oh, okay, then we have a problem. And she looks at you, we don't have a problem. Of course, they don't say it initially because they're trying to get, when you have new clients, the clients are motivated to kind of please you, to be liked by you. That's fair enough. But let's be honest, I have the same motivation. I kind of like my clients to kind of like me or value, appreciate me. That's just relationship, right? And so she'll remain silent, but her nonverbal language. I have one lady go, one cannot not communicate. All behavior is communication. One cannot not behave. So all behavior is signaling. Okay. Guidance system, every system has a way of feedbacking. There is a feedback system. You do something, the response of your spouse becomes a feedback loop. And notice distressed couples constantly repeat the same dynamic, different episode. And they always end up in the same place. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that in your own relationship? Different issue, same relational steps. Okay. Feedback, patterns of communication, patterns of nature's relationship. So if you don't ask why a person does, but what functions does it play? So a husband who always persistently comes home late, the wife says, can you show up on time? I have dinner ready, kids are ready. Sure, honey. Next day, no. And then they get into, why do you do that? Why do you do that? Now you have them in therapy. They're constantly, and they slide right into power struggle. The wife is saying, he doesn't love me. He's not patient. He's not kind. He's not considerate. I don't really exist for him. And then if you do why analysis, it's endless. And you slide right into power struggle. The way I do systems work is I go, for some strange good reason, it makes functional sense for him to show up late, even though she nags, and he agrees with the nagging. Because because showing up late is a control function. It's a way for him to handle the anxiety she constantly creates. So when I do the work well enough, then we discover that he's showing up late is his protest, and he's saying through his behavior, I'm really nervous about you. You make me afraid. There's nothing I can do to please you. And you're always finding some fault with me. So I'm going to give you one fault. I'm going to show up late. And that way we can avoid the other things I'm afraid you're going to pick on me. Does that make sense? Systems, concepts. Systems are ruled or governed by rules. Every system has rules. Every family has unspoken rules. If you see my genogram, and I shared this with you last time, and if you look at every male, uncles, grandparents, and father and so forth, all of them were highly educated and professionals. So at age 49, I went back and did PhD. Is that just me having an idea, or have I inherited, am I embedded in some system inheritance? Is it possible my family system says, if you are male, you're going to be productive, and you're going to be a professional, and you're going to try to be successful? The other thing that's consistent in all the males in my family system is they always loved and served their wives, but they weren't the dictators. My dad always did our breakfast. I have no memory of my mom ever fixing breakfast. We always woke up, mom was asleep, dad did the breakfast. How has that played out in my life? Ask Phil, what happens when I invite you guys over for dinner?
You make it all.
Yep, I become my dad, don't I? Yeah. I do the whole thing. Arrange the furniture, go to Costco, Ross, get the food, prepare the food, serve the food. And what does my wife do? She becomes a wonderful guest. Well, if you take an individual one-person psychology, you can say, why does David do that? Versus if he's a member of a system, and all the DNA he has, he didn't self-generate. So why can't we say all that we see that David did may have borrowed material or inherited material?
I kind of wanted to talk to you about your psychosis about that, because those of us that are anxious pursuers that want to help out when we come around our house, we feel like we're completely inadequate as we watch you do everything.
That's one of my messages I like to give. Okay, so family systems, once you do the genogram, get all the cast of characters on the one piece of paper, and you do a relationship analysis, a conflicted or bonded relationship. You want to do, what are the family rules? And every single one of your clients will be stumped. They'll go, family rules? Yes, and I'm not talking about obvious. I'm talking about what governs the system. And every church, and this is for pastors, has family rules. And there's actually a book written about that. Okay. Family, we see people as part of a system, and there's a wholeness to it. Alcoholism reflects family systems versus an alcoholic is just an individual failed person. Classic view of alcoholism, traditional view, look for cause and individual gene personality history. Functionalism, What function does alcoholism play in the system? The notion of codependency is sliding towards the system's understanding. Some families need an alcoholic because the alcoholic in the tension of stress keeps the family together. Otherwise, that family falls apart.
AKA a scapegoat.
And can also become a scapegoat. Scapegoat function is the family has anxiety that they don't know how to be aware of and process, so they dump it on one person, and everybody agrees that person is the problem. And because that person, the scapegoat person, is wired for relationship, they will adopt unconsciously a negative orientation, and they're serving the family in that way. It's not unusual. A lady would be a homebody person, focusing on family and so forth, and she goes through a terrible divorce, and then her relatives would just, Edith, post-divorce, what are you doing? And she's going to Europe with a tour company. Then she goes to the Philippines. I go, what? You would never avenge yourself? Ah, she may have been, but she slid into the function of the system.
Could you speak, so backing up just a little bit, like just, you know, you're drawing parallels to your family system that you grew up in.
Yeah.
I'm imagining, or I'm guessing that that also sometimes works out in the opposite trajectory, in a sort of like, you know, whether you call it rebellion or you call it reaction formation.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that just a little bit? Because like in your examples, like you kind of flowed with, you know, so you went and got your PhD and you serve your wife.
Right.
Does
Yeah.
that make sense?
Right. Yes. So if you want from my own personal example, when I started to be a young pastor, I was impacted by the charismatic movement. I grew up in a Presbyterian church that was very liturgical, very structured, organized, and very non-chaotic. You could predict on a Sunday, and it was lovely. It was a great and spiritual inheritance, but the missing thing was experiential Christianity. So charismatic movement was interesting for me and attractive. And my father, watching this, wrote me a letter and said, you shouldn't pursue this, because if you do, your career as a Presbyterian pastor is not going to go very well. And he didn't threaten me with it. He just reflected. By the way, not many times did my father tell me about something. He usually left it just to me, but made me responsible for whatever choices I made. Okay, so I said no to him, but I never said no out loud to him. I didn't call him up and have a discussion, because one of our family rules is when the truth is spoken, you don't have to debate it. And you're not forced to accept it. So I grew up with truth should be faced, but it's not going to be forced down you. He never put a condition. If you don't stop doing charismatic things, then I'm not going to support you. No threat, nothing. Okay. So, but I moved away from the family system, right? And the apex of my Presbyterian pastoral ministry was to be the executive pastor of Hollywood Presbyterian Church. And then some of you know my story of the struggle there. Well, in a sense, my dad could be in the background and says, well, David, I kind of said, Now, by that time it was dead, but your parents are not dead in your heart. Your parents fully internally reside in you. Whatever the system you're a member of is internalized within you. Okay? And so to your point, that was more of a soft, in a sense, rebellion, if you want to put it that way, on my part. No, I'm pulling out of my family set of unconscious rules, and I'm going to move in a direction. Okay? And now some people do that in a real hard way. They get tattoos, motorcycles, they do all kinds of things. So you can have a reaction as well as abide by it. Yes.
I have a question about the alcoholism. So do you think that holds true to the traditional view versus functionalism with like a culture group that might have a propensity toward alcoholism?
Yeah, we know there's cultural component to alcoholism. Europe, where wine is consumed, Italians consume, they have lower rates of alcoholism.
So I'm thinking of, like, I have a cousin who's Native American, and he grew up in a white Caucasian family, but as an adult is struggling with the alcoholism. And a lot of the way that it's talked about is like, it's just genetic. But I'm looking at this traditional view and thinking that kind of sets you up for a victim mentality, whereas functionalism sets you, it's kind of empowering. It gives you like, how is this a function in my life? What is it? Like, I don't know exactly what my question is, but what is the difference between looking at it as a cause in the individual's gene personality history versus what function does it play in a system?
It makes a lot of difference, and it is true. Some people looking at the American Indians in history, and I don't think anybody argues. Sadly, we see high rates of alcoholism, and then some have discovered some genetic components. But here's a reductionism that is a hangover from modernity. You can explain everything by reducing it to its constitutive parts, its building blocks. And the big thing right now is DNA, right? Well, and there's truth to that. We never escape DNA, but let's be honest. And neurobiology and brain scan, where we do brain, mind, and relationship, we have 150 different definitions of the mind, which means we don't know what the mind is. And the mind includes conscience and consciousness. We've never been able to figure out, and we can't reduce consciousness, human consciousness and human awareness, and self-report about what a person's conscious of. We can't reduce it down to its brain scan constitutive parts, as evidenced by brain scan research. We befuddled. There's some transcendence. And since I'm theologically trained, I thought, well, that's kind of a nice implied good news. We're saying humans seem to have a transcendent point. And for me, theologically, that matches, oh yeah, remember we are created in God's image. We somehow represent God through the rest of creation. Well, if God is transcendent, if there's little tiny transcendence, okay, so who knows? All the factors of alcoholism for American Indian males. And why is American Indian males may have a higher rate than females? Is that DNA and so forth? Is a family system and so forth? We know in the family system in American Indians, the mother seems to be more the center, though the father often has kind of a priestly function. You don't have a lot of female medicine women. You do have a lot of nursing, caring. So I'm saying if we want to understand the complexity of the human, it's good to ask what's inside the person, but it's also good to ask what is this system's context. And pastors notoriously slide back into Freudianism without realizing it. Well, the reason why you have sin in your life and you haven't overcome because there's something defective or something wrong you've done or some erroneous doctrinal understanding you have, and here's a correct doctrine. And if you will practice this correct doctrine, most pastors are doing behavior modification by appealing to righteous behavior and pure behavior, and there's value in that. Or they're doing cognitive. Here's the right doctrinal biblical understanding. You need to incorporate it, meditate upon it, practice that, and so forth. Or combination. Are you looking at something?
I was trying to someone walk in.
Oh, somebody needs to be. It's a squirrel. Okay, so historical roots. 1950s, Sigmund Freud, 40s, and then various people, Carl Rogers, Rogerian New Perspective in the 50s, impact of World War II, nuclear age, impact on family systems, Goldenberg, historical roots in the 50s. Here we go. This is the I'm a 50s kid. It's amazing the shift in our society, right? Remember downtown, walking downtown in the 50s when we went downtown Salem, you never went blue jeans. You dressed up. Downtown was a public place. And I remember one of the biggest transitions to adulthood was I was taken to a men's shop and got my first suit. It was a big moment. And my dad taught me never to allow a female to be on the outside of the sidewalk, but on the inside. And I still feel that way. My wife doesn't care. And she can she looks offended when I kind of push her over here. She goes like this, right? But something inside of me, welcome to systems. Carryover, right? 50s, and then you have West Coast and East Coast, and these are various systems theorists that's merging in the 50s. Okay, and the concept of double bind, Don MRI's and Mental Research Institute, Palo Alto group of theorists, Jay Haley, Weakland, Lutz, and so forth, Bowen, and we're going to get to some of these. Wine, and Ackerman, Bell, these are all critical theorists. Reichman, Sullivan, who authored Paradoxic Distortion. Paradoxic distortion, you have two people in constant conflict in a power struggle. In a power struggle, both sides is getting the other side to agree with them. And agreement doesn't work very well in relationship. Agreements can be broken really fast. It's validation. You don't have to agree with someone to have a deep, meaningful relationship. You have to validate their hearts. You have to go through their words, their action, and ask, what does the heart need and long for? And validate that. And couples are not taught validation, they're taught agreement. And then in an individualistic society, they're taught Be your own person. And now they're taught boundaries. Don't let anybody impose you. From a system's point of view, it's really dysfunctional. Therapists are creating dysfunction. Well, let me clarify that. Therapists are consolidating dysfunction with boundary work. Now, boundary work, when it comes to safety, is a different story. When it comes to safety, all bets are off. If my client expresses suicidality, all bets are off. I'm not going to treat that compassionately. Oh, suicide, you really long to kill yourself because it's really meaningful. And somehow you're in so much pain, you need to do this, right? I want to affirm your right to be you. Come on, you guys.
That's what they're saying today.
Yeah, that's because there's no right or wrong. No, I go, suicide, you're going to kill yourself? You want to do that? Okay. So paratax distortion, constant conflict between a couple and they don't repair. The key is repair. Secure relationship requires you to go to the other person 3 times. And a secure relationship, if you have a secure marriage, you have to go to your spouse 3 times to try to connect. More than likely, based on research, 2 of the 3 times you will strike out. So it goes like this. If I go home tonight and says, hey, Bren, how are you? How was your day? And she goes, ugh, you don't want to know. Because I tend to be internally anxious, I go, I don't want to get into that. What if I'm the problem? So I go, oh, okay. And I exit. Strike out 1, right? Then I think, well, that's not really right. So I go back and says, no, honey, seriously, how was your day today? You don't really want to know, David. I go, oh, I struck out first time and second try confirms my suspicion. Okay, honey, and I exit. Strike out 2. Then I think, wait a minute, something's going on. And because I'm theologically trained, my brain, I've read the Bible so much, it's downloaded into my brain. So I'm thinking, husbands, lay down your life. That's Christ, lay down his life. Well, come on, is this really loving? Ultimately, if you read the Bible enough, it shifts thinking categories versus getting biblical content. And when the categories shift, now you start to think biblically. That's transformation. Pastors, if you really want to get down into the efficacy of reading the Bible, you want to say, you got to keep at this until you start to think naturally, biblically. I think things biblically. You present something, I'm downloading biblical files, as well as psychological, as well as systems, right? So I think, well, wait a minute. So I go back and say, Brenda, something's going on. What is it? Note the strength. But in order to do the strength, I have to hold my anxiety. My heart's going, help, I hope this works. Because if it doesn't, I'm going to be miserable for 2 hours because I think it's me 2 hours to get out. But thank goodness there's a 6-pack in the refrigerator. and my favorite movie's coming on. Come on, you guys. It's what people do. And my wife goes, ah. Then I take her hand. It doesn't occur to the people you work with to talk and communicate with their bodies, because the Greeks split the soul from the body and said a human is just a ghost in a box. Go, what is it? She said, went to the dentist, got some bad news, got to get some dental work. And so she hangs her head. So what do? I put my arms around her and says, Bran, I really love you and I'm going to be there. I'll go to the appointment with you. And I don't care how much it costs. You are worth it. And she melts and I feel better. But notice, as a baseball player in relationship, I struck out twice and finally got a hit. Most marriages, you stop going to bat. I'm sorry, if you have a real good relationship, 1 out of 3 is about the best. No one hits over 300. You may have episodes where you have kind of a mini honeymoon kind of thing going on, you batting 700, 900. Wow, wonderful. But then you come home and you bat 150. And then you think to yourself, well, gee whiz, we had a honeymoon in Las Vegas, we were batting 900. We were in so much love with each other, held her hands for 3 days, and coming home and she's treating me badly. What's wrong with her? One person's psychology, Freudian notion versus, what does a negative behavior say about the system? Oh, homeostatic principle. There's a need to bring everything to a homeostatic level. Thermostat, set it at 70. Temperature goes to 80. What kicks in? Cool air. Temperature goes to 60. What kicks in? Heat. Every relationship has a homeostatic level. I made a promise when I moved back to Oregon in 2006 to my wife, because she said, I hate the winter, colds and so forth. And I said, if we move back, if you say yes, I will leave the thermostat at 75. We got an air conditioning unit, and she sets the air conditioning at 85. And I'm thinking, what's the use of having an air conditioner? And during the winter time, it never goes beyond 75. Homeostatic principle. Every relationship has a homeostatic sense of closeness. Get out of my hair. Distance. Well, don't leave me, for goodness sake, stupid. Right? And if you're a member of a system unconsciously, 75 may be your level, and you tend to behave and bring the system to 75. Families do that. Couples do that. And sometimes, here's a real tricky one, affairs are reboot in the system to set it back to a setting that makes sense unconsciously. That's a bit tricky. Rather than, why did you have an affair? well, obviously he's stupid. So as a therapist, I say that out loud to them, and they look shocked, and then they laugh. Then I say, let's really get down, find out what this really is about. So I have to find out what the affair symbolizes to her and what it symbolizes to him. Same thing with money, same thing with parenting, same thing with in-laws, same thing with holidays, same thing with going to church, same thing with vacations. Your system sees these things from a systemic cultural context, and all the emotions and all the ways the system is designed unconsciously and functions reflects all that context. Paradigm shift. I like simple Freudianism. I think you had an affair because you're still in the phallic stage. I mean, how could you not like that kind of simple, direct, quasi-mechanistic view, reductionistic, right? All right, family system. There are all kinds of lingos, and I'm getting into historical roots in the 60s, major shifts, general movements, Jay Haley and strategic family therapy, other movements, and then response by the Italians, Palzoni, a brilliant Italian psychiatrist called the Milan model. We may touch upon that. And then Bowen and others. Here's a picture of Palzoni and Mnuchin with structural understanding. He treated the family systems as reflecting structures. Okay, brilliant. Child Guidance Center, MRI on the West Coast in Palo Alto, pragmatics of human communication. I hope I have time to review them. Communication is essential. What are the key components of all human communication? And they identified those. Cybernetics assumption, what goes in, what comes out. We don't have to do psychoanalysis. We watch what goes in, what comes out to infer this internal system. Axioms, Virginia Satir, who focus on communication as evidenced by certain family behaviors. Okay, historical roots, 70s. We got more stuff, 80s. Okay, more and 90s. Okay, here we go. And in the 90s, meta frameworks, and that's what I'm gonna do next. And then I'm gonna go back and get Bowen and contextual. All kinds of therapeutic, systemic way of looking at people in systems. Communication perspective, experiential, strategic, structural, contextual, psychodynamic, Bowenian, narrative, meta frameworks. And then I added one, Boswick. All right. Are you thoroughly confused? So what you take away so far? My primary focus on this introductory lecture or presentation is paradigm shift from individual to contextual systems. And how you see your client will determine how well you can help the client to move forward.
There's an assumption that what we understand is the inside-outside black box point, that what we learn is going in is truth. That's kind of an invalid assumption. Because what we see as going in is what we hear. What we experience, we know, is plastic. Where our memory is very plastic.
yeah, obviously, if each person's like in an individual black box, how they, what they report to is what's coming in, what they experience. We have to give empathetic credence to, and contextual family therapy does that really well when I get into that, and then you make room. So, and this is really tricky, and I've worked with a lot of couples where an affair was part of it, and usually the person who commits the affair will not heal until they can pull apart faults and true shame and faults and true guilt. And the other injured partner, the non-affair partner, will, without realizing, take a superior position. And then you end up with one down, one up. And then when I do working up with that particular couple, what he or she does, and putting down, constantly putting down, and it's usually punitive, actually reflects childhood. That person is operating out of how their system has orchestrated and conditioned them without realizing it. And all healing requires a paradoxical shift. If in a marital relationship, if you want to heal the affair, each partner has to shift the paradigm. The offended, injured person has to go from I'm superior to no, I'm going to take a lower position. How did I contribute to this? That's healing. And then when I understood that, I go, huh. Well, strangely, that's what the Bible describes. It's called the fruit of the Holy Spirit. Name me any of the fruit of the Holy Spirit. They're not superiority fruits. They're all one down positional fruits. Patience. Well, try being patient and see if you can avoid pain. Kindness. Try being kind and see if you can avoid being hurt. Then I thought, wow. 8 fruit of the Holy Spirit that makes you a servant, that makes you get under the person and lift them up. Well, that's pretty crummy, because what about me? None of the fruit of the Spirit are designed to make you happy. They're designed to make you miserable. Then people theologically don't understand, well, if I'm miserable, then I guess the Holy Spirit's not working in my life. Wait a minute, maybe he really is. You haven't integrated it yet. The last one is interesting, self-control. I thought that contrasts to the first aid, because the first aid is about you moving to the other person. Kindness, patience, goodness, gentleness. This one is about you moving towards yourself, but it makes sense. You can't move to the other person unless you can hold your own, right? Because this relational tension. Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break, and then let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right. Cindy, we're going to take 10-minute break.
David, you've been recording.
Yeah.
We're just looking at the next week, and I'm supposed to be actually week, so it's like.
So you want to move, and I love what happened last night.
So I had to do it, so it's really confusing. No, they want us for 28.
So,
Oh, I'm like, okay, I can't be out of town.
so I'd like to see how
So
they do.
this is my big spot.
The
One of the brown ones. I have
experience so
That's
far.
right.
So, that's why I said, I stick.
How are you today?
Good, how are you? And that was tonight, as we worked on the heart, and moved naturally.
Yeah,
Straight
straight
version.
Yep.
Social intelligence and that is really. So you experience that. So I'm curious to see, I don't know that medication or
Well, there you go.
yeah, I would just see how I would just have,
Is the whole, is it everything on the thumb drive?
All the courses so far.
Okay. Yeah. So that's fine. Yeah, I was on the there, so today.
checking in.
So they're gonna be-
Yeah, actually.
Oh, gosh.
Sorry.
I just called. So I can't put it in, like, here's something. I hope not.
So can you actually?
I can, well, I don't know what, I just, it's like,
Discussed it.
very disgusting. And then like,
I don't know that.
they broke it up. So they're kind of breaking it up. Because, because of what I was here, I was like, I read the two social. So they.
Well, yes and no. So she has that picture. So there are some similarities. That's what I was starting.
Okay.
And that's like addict more smart than right now. She would paint the picture with it is everything. Experience with this latest thing. She so everything is framed by pain. Well, yes, and also framed by his lack of disclosure. And which we saw, which is, yes, it's a pain, but it's also his lack of pain. So, yeah, which makes her pain. And that's what we see. Lack of openness is like healthy disclosure. But it's an interesting dynamic. She has a
Car, so I'm not
list.
car. For Zion, I'm just stuck in there. There's like so many to choose from. I wish that I guess if Brian was just buying this. I could. There's just so many of them. I don't know where to start because I need to get them work tomorrow. Tomorrow, exactly. Because next week he's going to be at that camp all week long, and so we have to like go drop him off. And that's what I wanted to do to get back. Yeah, is she there yet?
I have no idea. I can message Brianna.
Your sister.
She's like, if anybody comes here, we're just gonna let Lucy go. Like, okay.
Lucy's a good person.
She's like, she is though, like,
Yeah, I know.
she loves
It's a
Brianna.
good deterrent if anybody wants to mess with Brianna.
And she like yesterday was like, we were just her and I yesterday were hanging out. She was like with Brianna, like sitting on her like this, and like, we're like talking to her.
Yeah,
So
yeah, one of my friends is now
I'll see.
moved into the head over
Brianna's really been wanting to watch X-Men.
whatever.
Zionism.
I told her she could watch it, but her brother's not watching it, because there's still some stuff that I think is too much.
So I was actually gonna talk to him a little bit about it, but trying to get
It's
sure
like
what you're
hard to
doing,
like
trying to say,
navigate that, you know, because the age.
and sometimes they never.
He was pretty young.
Students.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got it.
yeah, he should watch a lot.
Oh, he doesn't watch that.
I was just looking for a
He's
partnership.
been decent, I think he had a couple little rough spots, but
Hey, you dated at the church?
yeah, Bridget said he's doing good, because yesterday I got kind of a bad report from one of the teenagers. Well, the teenager actually.
How are you doing today?
Hey, you're doing all good? Anyways, I talked to him, and yes. I don't take music, I used to get like, remember everything, but the older I'm getting,
Wow.
more information.
And then Josh got rid of it?
He's going to the.
I know this.
These two are-
Really? I know this one. I know this one
Oh,
well.
but he's-
He must have made some, seems like. He heard it back this morning. I told Brian, I want to take it with him, but I just can't handle him not being truthful, so I just gave him one chance, and okay, I know you like about this yesterday, I'll give you a chance to. So he told me to get out right about some stuff. 'Cause he knows. Sports stuff, I don't know.
Where do you get it from?
The school, yeah, keyboards, rocks and trash, and,
He's not stealing anything.
well.
Welcome to a brief overview of Bowen Family's.
Supplies and those things, but just like, Brian's like, what's going on with this? Why do you have this trash? I like literally.
Has he ever done that before?
Yeah, he does that.
Zion and Allie's done that too.
His desk is so bad, his teacher would get so upset with him because he just has all this trash. in there.
Hello and welcome to this video that will overview marriage and family systems. I'm Kristen Kinsevich, a doctoral student at Regent University in the Counselor Education and Supervision program.
But Josh and David are.
This video will cover marriage and family systems theories, specific issues related to marriage and family.
Welcome to a brief overview of Bowen Family.
Doesn't need anything, though. David, is Cindy the only person joining us on Zoom?
Looks like it.
Katrina is your name David?
No, but I did it, Katrina.
No, I'm teasing you. Thank you for sharing that, Katrina. Are you bored to death here?
Good enough. Hello, I'm already.
Are you 13 or 14?
Thank you.
So he's working longer hours than that during the week. On Sundays and Mondays. And he's working, I was just worried a little bit.
Because his captain is, Pete,
Okay.
and on Sunday, she made a comment to him. Yeah, that's a little bit. Like, I'm not getting to all this, he wants on this, I'll give my time, but he's gonna be able to. That's cute. Oh my gosh, that's cute.
We're gonna try and keep this.
I was thinking.
She's not.
Yeah, she did trust me.
Hey, guys.
It's so we had a little girl, I've never seen her work. She almost likes your dad. Yeah, that's and it's harmony. And then one of her college friends.
Come on, you guys.
First time
Folks, come on in. So we get started.
That's the baby things.
Yeah. Shiny chips, pickled carrots, and treasure chasers. Yeah.
This baby, yeah.
Yeah, but you're like little kids can't have picture. He's like, I didn't choose that. Marion did. I'm like, okay.
There's a group of our, there's a group today, and they
Oh, that's fantastic.
just great servers.
Yeah, so you have kids from the neighborhood.
Neighborhood, I don't know if they did have, we didn't promote it a ton. It's kind of, I don't think we did the best job promoting it, but there's a few kids in other orchards. that are- It's all day too, it's not just like a couple hours, it's all day with lunch. and stuff. So we charge for it.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, let's start. All right. Okay, so hi, Cindy. How are you? Wave at me so you can hear me. All right, so I'm going to go on YouTube, and we're going to start with Bowenian family systems. Okay, so Bowen, Virginia Satir, Jay Haley, all these people are shifting from Freudian archaeological digging to looking at people as members of systems and how that system interacts. And so psychopathology, how to do treatment, everything's shifting with context, okay? And so Bowen's one of the earlier systems analysts, and a lot of them came out of the Freudian background. So it's not like they're just reacting to something that they don't know about. A lot of them have paid their dues psychoanalytically. All right, so here we go.
Bowen family systems theory, as presented by the Bowen Center for the Study of the Family and by Goldberg and Goldberg's book, Family Therapy and Overview. Bowen family systems theory is a theory of human behavior that views the family as an emotional unit and uses systems thinking to describe the complex interactions in this unit. It is the nature of a family that its members are intensely connected emotionally. Families so profoundly affect their members' thoughts, feelings, and actions.
Okay, when he says emotionally, he earlier were thinking in terms of the traditional understanding of emotions. Since neurobiology, we know the emotions are actual energy transference, okay?
And actions, that it often seems as if people are living under the same emotional skin. People solicit each other's attention, approval, and support, and react to each other's needs, expectations, and upsets. Connectedness and reactivity make the functioning of family members interdependent. A change in one person's functioning is predictably followed by reciprocal changes in the functioning of others. The emotional interdependence presumably.
That means that when one of the spouse has an affair, there's no way that the other non-affair spouse is not going to have to shift. One person in the system shifts, it dislodges the whole system, and every member has to shift. Okay? And so remember in the New Testament, believe on the Lord Jesus Christ and you will be saved and your household. That's systemic.
evolved to promote the cohesiveness and cooperation families require to protect, shelter, and feed their members. Heightened tension, however, can intensify these processes that promote unity and teamwork, and this can lead to problems. When family members get anxious, the anxiety can escalate by spreading infectiously among them. As anxiety goes up, the emotional connectedness of the family members become more stressful than comforting. The individual who does the most accommodating literally absorbs system anxiety, and thus is the family member most vulnerable to problems such as depression, alcoholism, affairs, or physical illness. The emotional system affects most human activity and is the principal driving force in the development of clinical problems. Knowledge of how the emotional system operates in one's family, work, and social systems reveals new and more effective options for solving problems in each of these areas. The 8 core concepts of Bowen family systems theory are emotional triangles, differentiation of self, nuclear family systems, family projective process, multi-generational transmission process, emotional cutoff, sibling position, and societal emotional process.
Pastors, if you can really pay attention to Bowen, it will significantly improve your pastoral work. Because without realizing you're facing all kinds of resistances in the church because of underlying emotional systems. And there's an actual book where a Jewish rabbi trained in Bohemian family systems, translated it into pastoral work in his context. I'll get it for you.
Process. A triangle is a 3-person relationship system. It is considered the building block of larger emotional systems because the triangle is the smallest stable relationship system. A 2-person system is unstable because it tolerates little tension before involving a third person.
Couples who are in constant distress will pull in the third person. For pastors, the church often is the third person. If you ask pastoral spouses about their partner's ministry, they will say he or she's married to the church. Affair is a triangle that has to be de-triangled in order to have healing. And the de-triangling is not only external, but internal. It's easier to externally break the triangle. Stop seeing him. Stop going on the internet and stop doing porn, which is a form of an affair. Come on, you guys, it's a mental affair. Porn is understood as an individual problem or individual sin. Oh no, it's a relational violation. If you want to put it in biblical terms, it's a covenant breach. It's called unfaithfulness.
A triangle can contain much more tension without involving another person because the tension can shift around 3 relationships. If the tension is too high for one triangle to contain, it spreads to a series of interlocking triangles. Spreading the tension can stabilize the system, but nothing gets resolved.
And this is what I have to deal with in family systems. And when I help pastors invited, because I have been, and church conflict, guess what? The church is full, their church is full of interlocking triangles.
The patterns in a triangle change with increasing tension. In calm periods, 2 people are comfortably close insiders, and a third person is an uncomfortable outsider. The insiders actively exclude the outsider, and the outsider works to get closer to one of them.
Ladies, you have the strongest biological bond. It's called mother-child bond. Every time my kids come home, visit us, which I love, I lose my wife. She stopped being a wife. She's not aware of it. And the only reason I'm aware of it is because I'm trained in it and because I'm anxious. Anxiety helps you to see reality, but it helps you to see reality in a heightened way. And that heightened emotion causes you to misinterpret what's going on. No, you're not being rejected. Your wife has just become mom and she's hyper-focused. And then the couple end up in argument. And she feels, you don't get it. Oh, stop being so immature. I'm not against you. What do you mean I withdrew from you? What do you mean you lost me? Don't be so insecure, right? Triangle.
Someone is always uncomfortable in a triangle and pushing for change. Differentiation of self. The basic building blocks of the self are inborn, but an individual's family relationships during childhood and adolescence primarily determine how much self they develop. Once established, the level of self rarely changes unless a person makes a structured and long-term effort to change. People with a poorly differentiated self depend so heavily on the acceptance and approval of others that they quickly adjust to what they think, say, and do to please others. Or they dogmatically proclaim what others should be like and pressure them to conform. The concept of the nuclear family emotional system describes 4 basic relationship patterns that govern where problems develop in the family. People's attitudes and beliefs about relationships play a role in the patterns, but the forces primarily driving them are part of the emotional system. The 4 basic relationship patterns are marital conflict, dysfunction in one spouse, impairment of one or more children, and emotional distance. The family projection process describes the primary way parents transmit their emotional problems to a child. The projection process can impair the functioning of one or more children and increase their vulnerability to clinical symptoms. Children inherit many types of problems as well as strengths through the relationships with their parents. The problems children inherit that most affect their lives are relationship sensitivities, such as heightened need for attention and approval, difficulty dealing with expectations, the tendency to blame oneself or others, and feeling responsible for the happiness of others or that others are responsible for their own happiness. The concept of the multi-generational transmission process describes how small differences in the levels of differentiation between parents and their offspring lead over many generations to marked differences in differentiation among the members of the multi-generational family.
So when I have a distressed family and I'm doing family therapy and I have mom and dad and I have the siblings, the kids, I'm looking for the unity of mom and dad. The disunity always creates sibling dysfunctions without exception, because the kids are unconsciously picking up the marital dynamic. Usually mom and dad will come in and say, can you fix Johnny? He's misbehaving. He's getting bad report. No, the family's built on the foundation of mom and dad, Adam and Eve. Here's the problem. You cannot bond as husband and wife if the kids are physically present. You can't. If you want to bond with your spouse, you have to physically remove yourself from the kids. And so for some families, that means you only have 5 minutes in the bathroom if you lock the door. Family bed is horrible and stupid. Never allow a kid to be on your family bed. That's sacred space. And never allow your kid to be in the master bedroom. It's sacred space. Unless it's a baby in the first 3 months or so before they can be alone in their crib.
A friend who comes at midnight, me and my children are up here together.
No. No.
Yeah, we should not have running.
Every family, dysfunctional family system, the family system boundaries are confused.
Especially like being emotionally distant from your children, because I want to be distant from them.
All right, so in the family system, you got husband and wife, and they constitute one subsystem, that's a marital subsystem, and then they team together to become parental subsystem. And then you have the siblings. And this is a system. Now, in all dysfunctional family systems, you will have one of the siblings up here, and usually it's the guy will be down here. And what I have to do is a structural intervention and draw a line. Or the system doesn't work. So the dysfunctional family system, I watch where the kids sit in the family therapy, and usually it goes like this on the couch: Dad, Susie, Mom, Jack, and Jill. Together, there's 3 siblings. And so I have to do a structural intervention. So I say, Susie, would you go and sit with your brother and sister? And then I slide my chair in between Mom and Dad and the kids. And if the kids don't really cooperate, then I have to say to them, could you turn your chair and face the wall? And you can hear this, but I don't want you to say anything. I'm demonstrating what the parents have to do. And then you watch nonverbal language. Mom, she gets anxious. Oh, they're not gonna like this. So I pick that up and say, I think you're really uncomfortable with what I just did. It probably feels wrong to you. What do you think? And she says, yeah, I don't think it's necessary to have them turn around. They can't see us. And then I say, good. They can hear us, but they don't get to be part of us for this moment. And she goes, you just generated all the anxiety. Guess what? This mom is the emotional hub of the wheel, and that's why the father has pulled away.
Yeah, I like the movement of what you're saying. I mean, the reason why I push back on that side, I think is twofold. One is that, first of all, I reject rigidity. Secondly, in our case, we actually did the family bed, and there was an openness in the relationship with both of us, that even though what I've been through and destructive, there's the ability to rebond through it. And so what I'm watching, what we would do intentionally, we would actually, like kids, this is our time, we would lock the door. We'd go like, and so they could knock, they could whatever else, like, no, I'm not gonna be there. So we signal openness and closedness, rather than, this is our castle, nothing, you can't come in here, this is a sacred space, which signals fear, anxiety, all kinds of things to your child.
Yep, it was dumb.
I say, that's dumb.
No, a human is time, space, matter, and energy creature. You have to create sacred spaces by allowing the kids to come in. 911 emergency is a different story. Go back, you're theologically trained. Look at the tabernacle in the temple. Clear demarcation of time, space, and matter and energy.
You can mark it out without the rigidity. I want to change gears for 1 second. So how does it describe the impact on single parenting in this whole matter?
Single parenting, you still same principle. Single parenting, oftentimes a single parent will pull here out of the emotional needs, and that's understandable. It still works against the kid. It's a burden for the kid to be burdened about mom or dad. In my adoptive family from age 9 to 22, all my anxiety from first 9 years was helped because my parents were secure. I never for a single moment felt burdened about my parents. My parents never raised a harsh word towards each other. They always team played. And I've told you guys this story. Every 6 months, my mom would have a meltdown. To this day, I don't know what that was. But she would get up from the kitchen table where we had dinner unannounced, go and sit in the dining room table and dump a 5,000 or 10,000 piece jigsaw puzzle and proceed to put it together. And she would not get up from the dining room table until it was all put together. Sometimes it was all through the night, sometimes even to the next day. And my dad would go and sit with her and put some pieces together. They wouldn't say anything. So we kids would learn, 3 of us, to go and sit with mom, put pieces together. When it was all together, we got our mom back. But dad was never anxious. He never turned to us and says, come on, you guys, be quiet. It's mom's having a hard time, right? We love mom, right? You have to ask what emotion is being projected and communicated through your words. Dysfunctional families constantly say the right things with the wrong emotions. And Bowen understands the relationship is an emotional system, which then neurobiology subsequent to Bowen has confirmed with actual brain scan. Families routinely think if you say the right things and do the right things, you will have a good family. No. It's the emotional system that reflected in the words and in the behavior. That's what Bowen's getting at. Brilliant.
The information creating these differences is transmitted across generations through relationships. The transmission occurs on several interconnected levels, ranging from the conscious teaching and learning of information to automatic and unconscious programming of emotional reactions and behaviors. The concept of emotional cutoff describes people managing their unresolved emotional issues with parents, siblings, and other family members by reducing or totally cutting off emotional contact with them. Emotional contact can be reduced by people moving away from their families and really going home, or it can be reduced by people staying in physical contact with their families but avoiding sensitive issues. Relationships may look better if people cut off to manage them, but the problems are dormant and unresolved. People who grow up in the same sibling position predictably have important common characteristics. The characteristics of one position are not better than those of another, but rather are complementary. Each concept in Bowen theory applies to non-family groups such as work and social organizations. The concept of societal emotional process describes how the emotional system governs behavior on a societal level, promoting both progressive and regressive periods in society. Goals of treatment include understanding the family emotional system, observing and recognizing family patterns, reducing anxiety and relieving symptoms, restoring trust and fairness, increasing differentiation, and demonstrating intergenerational patterns. Some interventions include teaching differentiation, focusing on thinking more than feeling, detriangulating by reducing dyadic interactions, encouraging I statements, reopening cutoff relations, and guiding families to identify triggers for reactivity. That's the end of our brief overview for Bowen Family Systems Therapy. Thanks for watching.
Insights, feedback, what are you hearing? Different than oral stage, anal stage, phallic stage, latency stage, genital stage. Yeah.
So, we're talking about like emotional cutoff, you know, like you're talking about emotions being cut off. So, all my children are adopted actually. So, my daughter yesterday, we were talking about, because we have really open conversations with them about it, and just whenever they want to ask questions, or we're really open about it. And we were talking about it yesterday, and we're just bringing it up, and I just asked her like, hey, you ever like wonder or want to talk about it? So we'll talk about it. She just made a statement about like, she said, how did she word that? She said like, she doesn't ever want to meet her like her biological parents, which is fine. Like I just let her kind of lead the conversation. And she's like, I never think about them. I don't care about meeting them. But it seems almost to like so harsh. It's like a real harshness with that. And so would that be like an emotion? Like she just kind of cut that off, like that part of that?
Yes, when something's harsh, when something's reactive, and when something's rigid, yeah, they're not differentiated. If you're differentiated, you have a solid sense of who you are. That doesn't mean you can't be impacted by the other person, but what the other person does can hurt you and you can be in pain, but you're able to hold your pain. If the other person hurts you and you get flooded and can't, you're undifferentiated. And if you're undifferentiated, you will treat the relationship that's paining you as wrong and toxic, and you will react to it. And the reaction then confirms your lack of differentiation. It becomes a vicious cycle.
There was a drawing of it. It showed like the person in the family system who absorbs all of the anxiety or the depression, and that she moves so quickly past it. Can you talk about that?
Families, in order to, Bowens thought that around the family was an anxious, invisible field, and which is really true. And in order for this system to handle, they sometimes will take one person, make them a scapegoat, and focus all the problem. It's better to have one person having a problem than the whole family be a problem. And so that's not an uncommon thing that families will do.
So it's something that's parallel to society.
It's also parallel to society will do that. And churches will do that. There'll be a certain group in a church, a certain person in a church, and everybody will be concerned about them. It's good to be concerned about a person who has a problem, but a systemic psychology doesn't ask, why does this person have a problem? It asks, the problem, what functions does it play in the system? Some churches need problems to continue to be a church. Some families need dysfunctions to continue to stay a family. Sadly.
How would you help a family kind of get away from that? Like if you see that happening, just thinking about my childhood or my siblings and stuff, clearly seeing it, even sometimes I think I do that, not intentionally, but so like how do you get away from that? Like how would you get away from that?
Bowen would, and I think he's right, he would try to discern which of the member has the potential of differentiating. Because if one person shifts, it sends ripples throughout the whole system. Believe on the Lord Jesus Christ and you'll be saved, and your household. When I read the sacred text, I'm reading it not only theologically, which I'm trained to, but I'm reading it structurally. For example, on the road to Damascus, Saul has an encounter with Jesus. And Jesus' question to Saul is, Saul, Saul, why are you persecuting me? And Saul never forgot those words, as evidenced by the latter chapters in the book of Acts. Saul, reporting about his road to Damascus experience, repeats those words. Something of, Saul, Saul, why are you persecuting me? Systematic theology says, well, God is all powerful, all knowing. There's no dysfunction. True enough. And so they would interpret as, Saul, Saul, why are you persecuting me? Let's face the truth of who I am. No. Because if you back up the story, get the antecedent, Stephen, who's being stoned, what does he do? He sees heaven opened up, sees Jesus, and what does he say? And the rocks are flying in. He's in a death process. He says, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. And Saul more than likely heard that. What's interesting is when Saul encounters Jesus on the road to Damascus, Jesus' first statement isn't, kneel, time to repent of your sins. Saul, Saul, why you persecuted me is not a forgiveness question or repentance question. It's a reconciliation question. It's, you're hurting me. You killed my servant Stephen, and you've been imprisoning. It hurts me, Saul. Now, that's going to challenge systematic theology. All powerful, all knowing, all present. Yes, but not all immune. It's very good news. So when I read the sacred text, I'm reading from the science of relationship as well as from the science of theology. And that's what you guys as pastors are going to increasingly be able to do. The text is going to open up for you. Okay, in family systems, to answer the question, you find if one person, a member of the system, grows and becomes more integrated, it shifts the whole system. You don't need the whole system changed. And that's very good news for us. Some of you, I'm sure, are having internal anxiety right now because you're starting to recognize the dysfunctionality of your family background. Well, welcome to your family. They're stupid. They suck. I'm not unusual, sadly. But good news is that if you transform, it brings transformation ripples. And you don't have to change your family. You need to be transformed.
What's your counsel on once people are, whether it's us or other, I think my youngest right now, she's actually connecting with all of these kinds of things, and it's actually coming through the things you hate through Enneagram. It's actually helping her address family systems.
I don't hate it. It's just not.
You're dismissive, you're condescending, or whatever else.
No, I'm not.
She's really fussy today. That's how the state is made, That's the problem. That's the same.
No, I'd say Enneagram and so forth is fine. I'm just a researcher. So when I switch into research mode, and research mode, I'm asking 3 questions. Enneagram, is there a phenomenon called that? Is that a construct, or is it a metric? There's no such thing as that. It's a nice construct, useful, and it's a metric. And people constantly use a construct and a metric, and constantly then it creates an impression that it's an actual phenomenon. No. Sorry, I'm trained, and that's how I operate. I go, if you haven't noticed, I shouldn't be condescending. I struggle with doubt. But doubt is necessary for research. Is this true? How can it be? What is it?
What's your reaction to Enneagram symbolize? Just kidding. So back to my point. So the good news about my young is she's actually seeing through the Enneagram. She actually is seeing it. She's being able to broaden her understanding of family.
Yeah.
And connection. And so it's actually,
she's differentiating in her own way. It's a stupid differentiation, but she's differentiating. Sorry.
Back to my point. So how do we, both for ourselves, but also for people like my daughter, where you show this material, and the temptation is to feel like we've got to be rocket scientists, to now we've got to analyze every piece of our be able to see healing or whatever else and wholeness that's there. How do we keep it from being weaponized and actually be able to, that's what I love about the EFT experience, because what you just shared there, taken by itself, it becomes the very thing we want to avoid. It becomes the left brain over analytical, we use the relationship.
Right.
So when we put it together with the experience of walking through. So all of that, how can this be productive in a very layman kind of way to hand off and say, look at this video, and tell me your responses to these particular things. Because I'm thinking of equipping the church. How do we move this from just the experts to be able to get it in everyday life?
The way you do that is you, as a teacher, as a pastor, leader, have to differentiate first. If you are trying to bring complex material to your people and you are undifferentiated, and the way you differentiate is you discover what's very painful in your life, and you deeply wrestle with it and face it and go and recognize that your system designed by God is not an independent system, it's an interdependency system. So you find someone you can really confess to and pray together, confess one to another, pray one for another, that you may be healed. You differentiate, and then you'll lecture on differentiation. The spirit, your heart will come through as the words. Notoriously, pastors are word focused. Remember John chapter 8, Jesus says the spirit gives life. The flesh is to no avail. The words I speak, they are spirit and they are life. When you listen to Jesus, both the word and his heart and his spirit are matched because he was fully differentiated. He was ready to launch into ministry at age 12, as evidenced by his response to his parents at the temple. How did you not know that? I must be about my Father's business. But the Holy Spirit deliberately, Luke picks up, prompted him to go back, and from 12 to 18, from 12 to 30, he was in carpentry. He was internally differentiating. He heard the rabbis. He attended the synagogues. He heard the stories. He worked with his hands, and that's all being cultivated. Being God was not an immunity. Incarnation is not an immunity. It's a participation. It's an engagement, but fully differentiated. So when you see him in operation in 3.5 years ministry, you see a differentiated person who wants people, engages with people, is open, yet he can pull away. And he's constantly differentiating. If you read the Gospels carefully, you find his pattern seems to be things happen, then he pulls away and he spends time in prayer with the Abba Father. Things happen and back and forth. That's differentiation. That's how you differentiate. You differentiate by attachment. And the way you do that practically is you face your fears, you face your pains. And most of us don't like to face our pain and fears because it's too fearful and too painful. But as long as you keep reacting and trying to squash or kill the pain, you won't differentiate. And in order to do that, you need help. I think if you want a practical solution, teach the Bohemian concept biblically. And there's a guy who, and I'll try to get his name, a rabbi who did that. And you can see what he did in his synagogue. I think the key is to get people in relationship with each other and take what you're saying and encourage them to work it out. What you're setting up is therapy, support groups, discipleship groups. You can call them whatever you want. Okay? So the key for me is not the concept, it's a concept put into relational engagement. And most Christians have been sold individual spirituality. And it doesn't work. You're not designed by God for individuality.
In our churches, I think one of the top ways it's most recent in the last 5 to 7 years is, Cesaro and Emotionally Healthy Church, Emotionally Healthy Spirituality. You watch that as vulnerability and his openness, him actually engage the church in that and being able to, I think in a real healthy way, help the church be able to take a look at these very things. The difficulty in implementation, if you will, is that there's been the experience that just being emotionally healthy is an end to itself. And so, then
that's back to one individual psychology and not the lack of systemic approach. That's what these systems people are saying from different perspectives, and it's a great paradigm shift.
Yeah, and individualistic, but it's not only that, almost. My experience in implementation is the goal was now emotionally health, and we miss Jesus. It's like a replacement for those of us that were seeking revival. We sought revival and missed Jesus. Now we're seeking to be emotionally healthy and we miss Jesus. Just the simplicity of that side of things. So for you as a pastor in implementation on a large scale, David, what would you do to be able to help a congregation implement the very things that we're talking about now?
I would set up the congregation into eating groups and make them eat, spend on a regular basis, have dinners together.
Take notes about who chews with their mouth open.
And then I would ask them not to invite me. And I like to think I'm differentiated. Truth is, I don't want to eat.
Justify your exiting by your differentiation.
Harmony.
So I had a conversation with my 17-year-old this week, and he is differentiating. He's trying to differentiate from his family. He's he's pretty mature for his age, and if he lived 100 years ago, he'd have his homestead and be saving, preparing for his wife already. He's stuck in high school instead. Yeah. And he was describing to me this mental pain and torment he has in his mind when he has these thoughts that he's scared of, and he won't chase them. He won't follow through to see where they will lead. And so he's struggling with feeling like he wants to rebel. He doesn't know what to rebel against. And so I wrote down what you said here: differentiate by attachment, face your fears, face your pain. As long as you react or try to squash your fears, you won't differentiate. The key is not the concept, but the emotional engagement. How would you help a 17-year-old in that situation?
He needs another person. And the best way to differentiate is for him to have another person. Differentiation isn't done individually, it's done relationally. And that's what's missing. That's what I'm saying about get the people to eat together. And seriously, we pastors focus on all the spiritual disciplines, worship, Bible study, discipleship, prayer, and all those are legitimate, wonderful things. But we seem to neglect more basic relational things. How about just getting the people together consistently? Home group was one of the best movements. The Presbyterians, my parents grew up with Mariners, which was started by the, I think, Hollywood Presbyterian Church in the 50s, 60s, which is kind of equivalent to home groups. So I grew up with my parents constantly in a small group of families, and we kids were included. Beyond the big Sunday morning worship service, high steeple church, it was relational. In summertime, one of them had a house up at a little North Fork. We would go there. Those are the things that help. Okay, so Bowen, and this is one of the PowerPoint, one of the things, and some key therapists, Friedman is one. This is the book, Generation to Generation, Family Process in Church and Synagogue.
What's the other one?
It's by the same author.
Author's name is, I can't read.
Edward Freeman. It's in your PowerPoint.
Okay.
Edwin Freeman. And that would be a good book for those of you. Some other key books. Intergenerational family systems, also known as Bowen family systems. Murray Bowen was a key theorist. Okay. Here's a picture of him. He was a medical doctor. He studied at the Menninger clinic. He died in 1989. Believed that a comprehensive theory is more important than techniques. Trained in medicine like psychiatry. Came from a large family. He was the oldest sibling. No known family dysfunction, divorce, suicide, addictions, or alcohol. So he seems to come from a stable family system. Used his own family as a lab. As a teacher, tended to be dogmatic and harsh. Kind of fits the firstborn kind of profile. Some saw him as visionary, others gruff and rough, not afraid of his own emotions expressing it. And he wrote some books. And being a medical doctor in biology and so forth, he obviously had some background in evolution and so forth. So I threw in some things about evolution. Bowen's theory is called family systems theory or natural systems theory. Philip, would you able to order the pizza? Okay, I have the money here. You got it. Philip ordered for us 3 pizzas he's going to get.
Cost $500.
Did it cost $500? Yes. I'm going to differentiate. I'll let you handle the financial stress and anxiety. Bowen's therapy has an evolutionary foundation. Thus, his theory is also called natural systems theory. So he's embedded as a biology, which is embedded in his medical background. So you're going to have those things carrying over. The prefrontal cortex part of the human brain allows self-reflection and rationality. He believed, sadly, the emotions were somehow primitive and should be kind of overcome intellectually. So he would see a dysfunctional person as one that's emotionally reactive person, and there's truth to that. But unwittingly, with his evolutionary view, he would think of a more evolved person in that sense as more intellectual. My response to that is no, it's not whether you're intellectual, whether it's integrated. Whether your heart, the center of relationship and its language, emotions, and your intellect, bring me back to change the receipt. Thank you, Phil. It's integrated. Okay. Bowen's anthropology. Every psychologist and psychological theory is postulating an anthropology. They have a sense of who a human is, which is anthropological. And I'm not talking about the actual technical discipline anthropology. Bowen, emotional system, more than emotions. Common understanding of emotions is somehow it's feeling. He's thinking the emotions are visceral, instinctual nature of the human. Example, fight or flight reactions to the parasympathetic and sympathetic system. Okay, it's visceral. And you and I experience this all the time. So if you are, if you are being introduced to a new male that you've never met, let's say by a family friend who's introducing a male friend to you, and the male stands 6'3" and approaches you, sticks out his big hand and says, "Hey, my name's Jack. What's your name, sis?" You're going to have a visceral reaction. And ability to differentiate what you're experiencing and not go, especially if you have an abuse background. Your system is saying, we got a big threatening male. What's our history? And that memory retrieval and activation system flies at 250 miles an hour, which means you can't keep your system from reacting. Versus if you introduce to the same guy, but the guy is kind of compassionate focused. He says, "Hi, my name is Jack. What's your name?" And then he goes like this instead of like this. Instead of a power grip, he offers a connecting grip. Right? Instantly. Fight or flight. Herd instinct, part of the emotional system for Bowen is what he called the herd instinct. Tendency of humans to flock together in an undifferentiated way to be pulled by the others, like sheep. One of the seminal books I reference, you guys have heard me say, is Reinhold Niebuhr. He wrote a book called Moral Men in Moral Society, and it's a study and analysis, social political analysis. But he says no human aggregate or group can be moral. when I think of what's happening in our society with all the movements and so forth, I never think of the Black Lives Matter movement as being a moral movement. I don't expect them to be ethical or moral. No aggregate group can be moral. Is the premise of moral society, immoral society, moral men. Only an individual who's differentiated using Bohemian understanding can be a moral, ethical person. No group, no church council can be moral. Last week, Lanny, you and I know this. We were invited to a colleague of ours that had that we have real history with. We deeply love this guy. This guy has an incredible passion and ministry, helping low economic population here in Salem, and he's has such phenomenal impact. The police chief and the mayor both said the crime rate and so forth have decreased in the area where he's working. So he's had real social impact. Yet he was sharing with us about how his board is just raking him over the coals, not his phrase, mine. And you know what I did? I had to, so he called a meeting. There was a group of us pastors who were called to help him. And go ahead, if you want to share without getting into specific details, what you saw me do.
Yeah, typically when pastors get together, they, you know, get biblical, get spiritual, whatever. And I usually get on David because I think sometimes he's dismissive about spiritual gifts or whatever else. And I watched this dynamic where David actually, we're doing upper tier level kinds of things with this person, trying to exhort, to encourage, to help, and watching him just not be able to receive it like God. And David, under the function of the Holy Spirit, man, he had what I would call a word of knowledge about the heart. And went from the behavioral to the heart and just spoke it in a moment. And this guy just broke because it absolutely was the word that resonated with where he was at and what he was experiencing from the board. You know, here's this guy that founded this organization, and this board member, the chairman of the board, is trying to make him be somebody he's not, trying to take him into a whole dimension of what he's not. So all of this, our friends' anxieties and fears come flooding up because nobody supports him. And even the rest of the board that don't get what's going on in his heart. But David in that moment brought this guy to himself. Oh, I'm not supposed to function outside of this. Is who I am. And when David went on to classic do prophecy, and he walked away on cloud nine. It was pretty powerful. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. That was my experience of it.
That is, thank you for sharing that. I wasn't trying to be Bohemian, but in a sense it was Bohemian because our dear pastor friend was fused with the emotional system of his board. And I had to try to get down to remember who you are and remember how you were called to serve the poor. And that's what I was doing. I was helping him to differentiate. By the way, a footnote for you pastors. Differentiation is the work of the Holy Spirit. He's always pulling you from the group. The Holy Spirit doesn't need the group. He needs you.
Do you think trauma works against differentiation? Like if you feel like you made progress in differentiation and then you experience a trauma, can you go back? Like, does it take more work to become differentiation?
Yeah, if you work with trauma, clients, you find that their identity is very confused, at least for them, and sometimes shattered for them. The deepest work of trauma is not overcoming trauma, it's helping the person to become solid in who they are. This is your area of expertise. Isn't that what you find with trauma work? Constantly, the sense of the person internally shattered.
Yeah, there's no, I read a really good book in class, and they were saying especially about sexual trauma, but trauma in general, it takes your voice, it takes your personal influence and power, and the main thing, it destroys your relationship with other people. And so when that is shattered, most people don't really know who they are or who they were. And the whole sense of self is
inside
it's destroyed.
And so for me, trauma is like a person has an invisible field around them. You can tell that by if you walk up to a stranger, at a certain point, this person, without saying a word and without being introduced, this person is going to go into an anxious response. Sexual abuse perforates this, in my understanding, perforates this. And so when there is a sexual stimuli, usually the person can block that, but traumatized, it comes right through. And what I have to do is, by the way, you can ask a dumb question. Well, if a female has unwanted sex and then has wanted sex, well, physically, it's the same kind of mechanics. So what's the big problem? It's invisible field.
Then how do you, then when they're in a relationship where they're wanting the sex, but then it still reminds them of when it was unwanted, what do you do?
That means it's perforated.
Right, but what do you do? How do you help?
I help them to explore this.
What if they can't remember?
Intellectually, they can't remember, but their body keeps score and their emotions come up. You just process the physical responses and emotions that come up.
Well, I thought, may I interrupt?
Yeah.
When I'm working with especially children, I would help chart patterns of reactivity certain times of day, certain holidays, certain days of the week. And in charting, well, I had a children's home, and so I had the opportunity of having them in my home where I could watch them. So each child had their own little calendar. And so when they would have specific meltdowns, it made no sense. I would chart that, the day, how they reacted, what was going on. And soon, it usually didn't take long for me to put their story together. When someone called them sweetheart, someone offered them chocolate, it was a Tuesday afternoon at 4:00. Worst time was at Christmas. Well, it helps to do that. But David, you used the word anxious response.
Yeah.
I would also like to interject with the word animated response.
Nice, because that includes the some soma responses.
Yeah, because there's people, especially who have been traumatized,
Yeah.
that will be animated, extra happy, whatever. They're coming to give you the hug. It's not that they want to give you a hug; it's they want to make sure that they're in control. Because if you're going to give them a hug and they can't handle being touched, if they're the one giving it, and in that animation, it helps them put up a protective wall against the memories of what happened before.
And so trauma work, I have to find this. If there's no memory of it, conscious memory, then I go to the body experience, and then the emotions that instantly bubble up. And I process this, and this will come back online. And then I have them hold it. And the way I have them hold it is I have them differentiate between identity, who they are, and the trauma experience, and pull those apart. Okay, so when I was 9 years old, my adopted parents made a critical mistake. They sent an Pan Am airplane ticket to me, and so I was in Japan, so I made the flight over by myself. I was in trauma. It's in the 1956 Pan Am from Tokyo to Portland was a 2-day trip. And I was terrified the whole time, not knowing where I was going to go, what was going to happen, so forth. And then when I arrived in Salem, my adoptive parents says I slept 48 hours straight, never woke up. That's a trauma response. Yeah, flight fatigue and so forth. Maybe 12 hours, 16 hours, 48 hours without waking up. Of course, all that is buried in me. When I went into the Army, I had to take an airplane flight from Washington to medics training in Texas. As soon as I got in an airplane, all that memory came flooding back, and I had to fight panic. And then when I took our kids to Hawaii as a father, and decided to take my kids to have scuba lesson, and we went through the course and so forth, and we went to get in the water, and as soon as they put the mask on me, I went underwater, I panicked. Trauma response. Your body never stops. Body keeps score, memory. Okay. That's not characterological. There's a deficiency in who I am. It just feels overwhelmingly that way. All right. So trauma work. All right. So getting back to Bowen. Tendency to humans to flock together. When you work with committees and groups and boards, never expect them to be moral. Good luck. And what are we seeing? With all the riots and so forth. Okay, Bowen believes that we are higher up the evolutionary ladder, therefore we have the capacity to transcend the herd mentality. Note the medical model, note the biological evolutionary model he subscribes to. Herd mentality. Herd mentality is a term that refers to an irrational sentiment that hits the market due to which people tend to behave in a way others do. You see that in the stock market. Bowen correctly understood that all humans are pulled by others, family, society, and culture. Yes. Relational tension that causes to be and to do, pulled by others. Okay, Bowen suggests a difference between intellect and emotions, which is sad. He didn't spend enough time in neurobiology. The two systems aren't against each other, and the two hemispheres of the brain, you can be left dominant or right dominant. One isn't better than the other. You need both. It's being able to shift back and forth. It's your dominance that's rigidly dominance is the problem, not your dominance. Okay, and the hyper example will be engineer husband who is just all analytical and is flat affect. So when he talks to his wife, there's very little emotion that comes through. Did you take out the garbage? Remember, we talked about it, huh? And she reacts to that. By the way, if you watch couples notoriously marry the opposite because you're attracted to what's missing in you. But when you start living with that person, you realize quickly, I can't do opposite. Is that you, Phil?
Robert.
Okay, anxiety for Bowen, anxiety is another visceral instinctual response. If someone tries to change the family system, anxiety washes over the whole system to resist it. When I was a young pastor of my first church, Brownsville United Presbyterian Church, family which dated back to 1847. It's the third oldest congregation in Oregon. And I was taught as a Presbyterian pastor to make pastoral calls. So I was in everybody's house twice a month. And I remember one of my senior citizens who was 88 at that time, she looked at me at the end of the pastoral call and she said to me, David, I've seen you seminarians come and go, and I'll see you go too. And 9 years later, she won. I left, she was still alive. Okay? And she and the older ladies basically ran the church. I was given the position, the honorific, but was I really the leader? Welcome to family systems. Japanese, we have a proverb, the nail that sticks out will be pounded down. Seven Samurais, great movie. You can watch the family system in operation. Course concepts, togetherness and individuality. You got to be together, but you got to also be your own person. And it's not either or, it's both ends. Differentiation for differentiation is both a specific meaning, it's both, it's an actual state he believed. He could say, there's a differentiated person, then he thought in terms of a process. He actually constructed a differentiation scale from 0 to 100. It's rarely used anymore. There's so much problem with that. 0 to 25, low differentiation and so forth. 85 to 95, very few people. These people he thought were principle oriented, inner directed, realistic sense of self, low anxiety, adopts without stress, without symptoms, sure personal beliefs, not dogmatic or rigid. So for Bowen, Dr. Martin Luther King or Mahatma Gandhi would be highly differentiated people. They tended to be their own people. Okay. For Bowen, core self is a non-negotiable self in a social context. He believes that each person had a sense of core self, which he called true self. Pseudo self is a sense of self that changes with social context. It's you in a non-differentiated way trying to get the system, the other, to accept you. You're not differentiated. Now you can have a rigid reaction to that, and you have people say, I'm just myself. Well, yourself sucks. Leave us alone. That's not a differentiated people. Reaction and reactivity is a sign of a lack of differentiation. Being able to act, that hurt, but I'm not going to counterattack you. Boy, I don't think that's right. I think that's erroneous. That's a fallacy. versus that's a fallacy. Are you stupid or something? You don't ever do your homework, do you? No, the emotion, tone. And now all this is intuitive, you guys. Example, pseudo self. Sunday morning oftentimes is a pseudo self experience. People aren't as good as they're projecting. By the way, as a pastor, I love it. I love pseudo church. I want people to behave, right, Mario? Why would I want people just be themselves? That's a stupid message. You can't preach. No, keep that to yourself. I like phony people. That was wonderful. Really touched my heart. Thank you. I'm a wonderful pastor. You're a wonderful congregant. We're good, right? We're good, yes. But therapists do the same thing. Therapists are projecting, this differentiation and helping you to work through. I don't want to say anything, but I'm kind of differentiated. Have you noticed? I share my pain with my clients if it's appropriate, but I don't make my pain the issue. I bring it in. So I might say something like, by God's grace, my wife and I have not cheated on each other, but boy, have I struggled at looking at ladies at times. And I have to fight that. What is it for you? What really led you down that path? That's appropriate. And is that true? And is that a differentiated statement? Okay. Pseudo self is concerned about what others will say and do and afraid of rejection. The higher up differentiation skill, more core self, less pseudo self. Triangles based upon two core concepts. Triangles, the interlocking triangle. Bowen's core concept is triangling. He thought undifferentiated people would be constant a state of conflict. Two people low on differentiation scale on constant conflict. Different difficulty tolerating conflict, relational conflict, anxiety. When you have conflict, you have to fight, am I valued? Am I accepted? Am I going to be abandoned? It's not wrong to have those feelings. It's what you do with the differentiated people. It doesn't mean you don't have those. Will I be rejected? I wonder if she will accept what I'm saying. Will she understand or want to understand? It's the ability to face that and not be crushed if you are misunderstood. Undifferentiated people go into reaction and go into emotional, physical responses. So if you're in a constant conflict, you can't tolerate this, so one of them will pull away and then move towards another one. I'm always surprised when guys, married guys will say, I can't talk to my wife. I'm just not good at communication. But they, if you watch them at the strip club, at the bar, they talk nicely to the stripper. You go, what? I thought you had trouble talking. I guess all matters upon motivation. You have a strange motivation as evidenced by you talking to the stripper, you're smiling at her, you're giving her $20 and you're having a pleasant exchange. I guess you can talk, but you can't with your wife. And then you tell me I can't, I'm just not that kind of a male. Huh? What's really going on? Lack of differentiation. Right? So when a couple's in a conflict, they can't stay in this tension, so they either pull apart or they will bring in a third person, like a child or job, or for guys, oftentimes it's a hobby, golf, hunting, whatever. For therapists, therapy work. For pastors, church. For doctors, profession. I love this picture. This is triangling. Bowen theorized the relationships always exist in the context of an emotional field with varying degrees of anxiety, reactivity to degree of response to anxiety, high or low. He theorized that a low differentiated dyad will pull in a third party to manage anxiety of the emotional system. It's husband and wife, conflict. He drinks, the mom gathers the kids around, and then gets her emotional need met, and then by saying, we need to be concerned about dad. He drinks. You don't want to do that as a parent. You're communicating anxiety to the kids. If the kids come to you and said, Dad came home drunk last Friday night, you can take the kid's hand and says, I know this is very sad for you, and it's sad for me too, honey. And so you and I will keep praying for him and keep loving dad. Now you differentiated. Versus, oh, honey, he doesn't drink against you. Don't take it badly. Yeah, he came home drunk and he was a mess, but no, it's not about you at all. You just made it all about her. Undifferentiated reaction. Differentiation means you're able to face pain and hold it, which means you got to be able to be in the pain and the pain not crush you. Differentiation isn't the lack of pain or ability to dump pain. This is one of the hardest things for me as a therapist. I'm constantly asking my patients to experience their pain. Because unless I help them to make a U-turn and go through their pain and experience the pain, work through the pain, they're not differentiated and it works against them. What you don't process works against you because your system remembers it. Anybody depressed by this time? Is this depressing? What's depressing? All right, so triangles types, extramarital, therapeutic triangles. Therapy can become a triangle. Social networking, occupational triangle, in-law triangles, and so forth. Interlocking triangles. Triangles will find other triangles and interlock. Okay, undifferentiated family. Some families are just have so much anxiety, they're enmeshed with each other. And you think, and they constantly complain. And you go, why? Because being enmeshed with each other actually keeps it going. Is that the pizza here?
Yes.
Okay, well, let's break for lunch. And what I would suggest is that we grab food and we do a working lunch. Let me finish going, and that way we can exit early. So Cindy, I think we're gonna take like 15 minutes, grab food and so forth, if you wanna do that at home. And then we'll finish Bowen and then I'll go to contextual next, okay? All right.
So you're gonna take food from the workshops?
I spent time with David this last week. Good enough to go.
Oh, with the certification stuff, yeah, pretty cool. I want to write a manual. I think we should do it together. Like what? Put a small group leaders in basic and advanced. Call it something else, but the idea is, one of the top things that's going on, positively speaking, in everybody. Hey guys, pizza's hot. The sharing of story. Watch people engage in stories. Somebody anxious about it. Over compassion. The ability to do basic, strong, strength, and compassion. Just visual. Okay, so
Are you going this weekend?
just meeting you in your world, you know, that.
Ryan's off flights for Hawaii for $99.
Yeah, they're super cheap right now. But to rent a car there is like a fortune.
500.
Oh, I mean, that you can need a cheap car, buddy.
Not Hawaii. Oh, Phoenix, right on those.
Are you going to Hawaii? Who's going to Hawaii?
Oh, Lydia and I said we've seen the tickets.
Yeah, you see those ones, I think it's in there. Let's see, like, 100. Where's how you been, buddy?
Me?
You just your new.
Yeah.
Why do I? She did something, was it a year or two ago? This guy is still getting worse than that? Yeah.
Hey, Robert, did you get that job?
No,
Is this coming back to you?
Fine. That's good.
Good stuff, right?
I got that.
That's some really good stuff.
Yeah.
Put out your Right.
Yeah, sure.
No, I mean, it's right. Yeah, but it is a shift. But then, are there more opportunities for them to more
We need to have yeah, research. Different projects.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's been David's own show. So.
Yeah.
Kind of just trying to work it.
Yeah.
Over 18 years, so. It's good. On the ladder, down the ladder, back and forth.
That's what we.
This is more that.
Both doors locked.
So do some.
One way or the other.
Okay. Got it, I understand.
It just.
Yeah, so it's.
So we have to
Mixing.
find a.
There's probably only very, 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 very little amount of technology.
Yeah. Well, we do for high-end, mixers, mixing for professional records.
say
audio
you got
engineer.
40 seconds or something like that? First, that would make sense.
Yeah,
because
well, so that too.
switch your. My oldest represents that movement all the time. She's still the mother of that, you know, everything we're talking about is called, wow.
Okay, well, we'll keep praying for the right move.
Yeah, they have some nice salads. Yeah. No, I don't know. Take your
Oh, yeah. So it's like that.
Yeah. Like the, just, yeah, super. Yeah. Okay.
The system is worse than the system balance.
David, did you say that there was salad?
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, there is some. Who wants salad?
Yeah, I mean, people.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, I got two kinds of salad. I got Caesar dressing salad, and I have,
Yeah.
I'll make it.
Just bring them.
No, I know where it is, and I know what it's eating with that.
Oh, I know, yeah. One day. We've got clients in there. Just got 3 clients last week. Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to ask, but like your friend, I to see the feedback, like people talking to this. He's pretty, persistent. But I also make that available. Good. Right, I was sure that was. I didn't know your pastor. Yeah, right. Pretty well. I think this means like.
We did.
Okay, cool.
Speak up. Family event would be nice.
I thought that it was a really good thing that I really did. It really stopped.
And there's downside to it. I think my oldest would be one that's had the most difficulty differentiating. So we and others were around, the very thing we would be case studies of how she carried the pain through it. She absorbed off words, I wanted to didn't know what to do with her pain. So even though my wife is she's a registered counselor. She got her pastoral counseling. She understood all the dynamic of her own, but the pain was just so great. Got encouraged, but the family minute.
I don't feel like it. You were like it. We were so different in our minds. I was different in that.
I ordered
Scenarios.
I ordered
I only have there's
yeah.
one of our six.
She's just asking for
I'm not right. For everybody else, it's kind of like that's diary.
This seems to be like
And they have felt like they have access to us. But also they're very good at. They know when we.
They do now.
And even as kids, like. This is our thing. There was a fluidity.
Every person that's like this, because you think that the culture, what you're doing, is not part of the culture, but we experience the same kind of, to the same, like, just went out loud with my third born, the 7-year-old now. And we spoke about the times we would do this individual thing where we would get underneath the covers and we would catch butterflies and 5-year-old, we would do stories. And you fondly remember saying that the experience that was there.
We just don't ever buy used cars.
I understand that, but then you don't really
Yeah, it can go the other way.
yeah, having passed for 12 years, homeschooled. You'd always see the dark side of homeschooling.
Yeah.
Because they're
Yeah.
parents that were so afraid their child would be a child, and so they would do this.
Yeah.
And then it became extension. You have to protect them and nurture them. Out of their own fears and anxieties, that's what's there. But for our role, I think it's one of our things, if you interviewed them, it would also really positively what took place in that.
I don't know how to explain it.
I feel like homeschool. We're able to see and try things that are outside. And it's just like,
Good observation, because you don't know what you don't know, so when you're just in the school system, I don't care what you're.
I'm excited.
Really, it's just kind of funny.
Really had to walk to, they would. They don't say this. You can. Guess what?
yeah,
All of this.
yeah, that's what I think, yeah.
Really positive framework.
With my 17-year-old, that's where I think he's getting more research because of next to he has had a very wide, he's had a very outside conversation. So he really like being also after analysis experience, like, there's so many other good choices.
So it's hard to see that you're old.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like Saturday.
Okay, so.
This is not, this is smart work.
He is.
He is.
I need to let him know know that where she is.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Well, because, I think you guys are just in it. Oh, yeah, I must be.
We got pink.
Yeah, he's kind of wondering, COVID was so, he did such a great job during the COVID year, before March, whatever that was. Like he's a self-starter, he grabs goals, so he sets small goals, big goals, well, he just did really well, and now it's over. I think it's kind of crash and burn, and he feels like it's just like that. And, yeah, I just noticed this thing.
That's the downside of it.
Are you going to report? Are you going to report?
I felt that people wanted it. You said that. Really well in school.
Anthony?
And then most of them jumped into public school.
Probably like mine.
I'm just differentiating. But trying to find a baseline.
Your family joining you guys and tell.
Yeah, our oldest in her new. Those are really interesting. The first camping trip was new, and the other one was actually was myself and after.
I saw you guys have a
Yeah,
tent on the top of your brand. Is that for?
like, we're just really coming on our radar right now.
So
It's- I have this-
it's a format, so you can sleep up there.
It's kind of like, I think we give it too much. Because he is a self-starter.
Yeah.
Motivated here.
Like sit down and create some.
So,
So we pop that thing open, right? Like
this might be out, I think he
pull
needs
down
to launch,
over a ladder.
and he needs
And
some.
so the beginner, like that whole space.
To launch from, I'm watching my
So
kids
it's
in
just
school, some lessons, and,
So
you know, they're in the middle of.
Literally, literally.
They have to start
Not-
slow, it's a
what's
slow start.
It's on the ground.
It's
Oh,
all
yeah, so you got
clutch.
floor.
They go really far,
Yeah.
and be strong.
Sort of a ladder.
And I feel like his name's Solomon,
Yeah,
I
and
feel
so
like
that
Solomon
ladder
is
now
like
is inside
in
the
the
house.
middle of the rest of
Getting
the
access
world.
like
Like he's
super
out there and
cool. So you,
self-motivated, now he's just like,
in
doing
essence,
the rest of the work, and he's tired,
downstairs.
and he's
I've been looking at some of those, and it's so expensive, like
kind of like,
crazy
he's
for
like
this.
me.
Watch
he's
Craig's
tired.
X.
And so
Like
we're
on that
thinking,
access.
we need some more structure for mods,
Okay.
but David feels like structure is,
Yeah, they're at least $3,000.
what's the point? Like, well, I don't want to
They have
structure,
chair,
we
you
have
can
to
see
be
green
meaning
pasture,
for that structure. And
This is your husband.
my
Other
husband,
than that,
um,
super crisp.
What is it?
Park
Is
has a
it
hard
just-
bottom.
no, he graduates next
Does
year.
not have a hard
He's
top.
so relaxed,
He's
he's
already-
so
No,
relaxed.
I think he doesn't because.
And he's like he's
Like, it's easier to find
you know, like on
like
track
three
for
persons, like,
Victorian,
So,
he's just, he's like one of the safety tests. And
It's a family bed.
Go to Franklin Bus and I come from my house.
Mary, well, no, we gather, we really nice, and everybody needs their own.
Okay, guys, why don't you sit down with your food and we'll finish up Bowen, continue. How's the pizza?
Delicious. Right?
Paddington's thumbs up,
Thumbs up about what?
Thumbs up.
pizza.
Thank you.
All right, so this is back to Bowen. Okay, so multi-generational transmission. In a family system will recreate its original dynamic through the multi-generational transmission process. Those of you theologically trained, you know that this one from the Old Testament, there's a revelation that sins are passed from generation to generation. And when you do a genogram of 3 or 4 generations, sadly, you find dysfunctions repeated. And so siblings who have difficulty articulating thoughts and feelings may be surrounded by other members who are unbalanced in over-articulation. Some deny the voice while others monopolize, and that creates a dysfunction going on. And there's undifferentiation on both sides. Okay. Sibling positions, family emotional systems will generate certain functions or positions. Firstborn, oftentimes power, authority, responsibility, self-confidence. Lastborn tend to be rebellious. Middle ones oftentimes tend to be caught in between, and so different where you're born in the system can impact. People emotionally cut off themselves from family of origin as a survival mode, separate themselves. People will do artificial differentiation. They just move across the country, and it may be necessary, but the real level of differentiation will come home when you go back home for Thanksgiving. And the moment you step back into the family household, oftentimes you experience anxiety. All right. Societal emotional process. EP of society will impact EP of the family, prolonged opposition. The worst thing about racism, in my opinion, especially with the Black population, was in slavery and then war and poverty by President Johnson, the husbands, male husbands and fathers were estranged and pulled out of the Black family system. To me, that is the worst thing we ever did. Because if you do research on Black families in Harlem in 20s, 30s, and 40s, even the early parts of 50s, they did incredibly well. The stereotype prejudicial view is that Harlem was always a bit of a ghetto under white supremacy. No, the Black folks had wonderful family systems, had their own culture, musicality, and so forth. But when you took the fathers away, when you separated them with war and poverty and so forth, any system, society that separates a family by dismantling the marital subsystem will destroy the family. Sorry.
David, what are you saying pulled the men away from the families in that community? Was war and what?
Racism. It was racism and slave owners early in the American slave history would separate the males.
I thought you meant in the Harlem community there was something that.
Yeah, in the war and poverty did that.
Okay.
Johnson's war and poverty, welfare, by empowering they empowered economically Black women to be single mothers instead of empowering mom and dad. If they would have funded the marriage and gave incentive for marriage, it would have been a better outcome. By the way, you never heal a person by getting the person to be identified as a victim. That consolidates the dysfunction and the identity in negativity. You have to find, if you want to help a person to heal, you have to find their worth and value in spite of the pain. Okay. Bowen's therapy, decrease anxiety, increase differentiation of family members. The shift in the family field is considered the primary therapeutic goal. So families will come in, they want you to solve problems. What you're looking at is how this problem functionally reveals the invisible family anxiety field and its members' orientation to that. And I do that in couples work when couples come in, the husband is struggling with porn. Then I say, let's do doubles tennis, put porn on the other side of the net, and get the two of you on the same side coordinating. And that fits with neurobiology, how we're wired interpersonally, and long as one spouse is looking in therapy that you would help the other spouse to heal or to become a better person or to do the right thing, it never works because you don't address the underlying emotional family system anxiety that's keeping the problem in place. Therefore, we don't ask why a person is dysfunctional, does bad things. We ask what part does the misbehavior, dysfunction, the addiction play in the system? How does it function? And it's often the opposite of what the people will say. Well, we would just have a better family if he was more responsible. His irresponsibility, if you go to why is he irresponsible versus what family function, relational functions irresponsibility play, and what is the implied unconscious anxiety field of this family system, and what is the differentiation here or lack thereof? Thoughts, responses, pushbacks?
Yeah, is that asking that question, I suspect for you personally, did you kind of have your own metamorphosis into family systems versus individual systems? Because I'm just wondering, like, when you start talking like this about the family systems, I get it, I can see instances of it, but asking that question, I certainly feel like I've got to be a rocket scientist to have figured all of that out that's there. How do we, is it just an exponential over time we learn that kind of thing? Is that intuitive, trust what's going inside of you about what you discern? Help us be able to acquire that skill.
You want to take these concepts, Bohemian concepts, good enough, and ask a phenomenological question. These concepts, how does it help me to understand what I'm experiencing? Versus how can I make the concepts work in what I'm trying to experience? That's different. I'm not looking for these things to work. I'm asking if these concepts reflect reality, then I should be able to kind of discern that, sense that, recognize it in what I'm experiencing. Since my working premise is from neurobiology, I'm designed and engineered as and for relationship. And then since I'm theologically trained, I know I'm theological. The sacred text tells me I'm actually made as a creature by the Creator for relationship. So again, the shift is how do these concepts reflect and shine light on what I'm experiencing versus getting these concepts to work. Because if you go to the second one, you will always slide into psychoeducation. Now, I slide into psychoeducation because I'm a researcher and I get excited by the concept and go, oh my goodness, that's incredible. And here's this nuance, here's a subcategory to that one, da, 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 da. And I get excited sharing that. And I routinely flood my patients. They're deeply impressed by me. You know a lot. Then they're overwhelmed. And it took me a long time to find out, they're really impressed by what I'm saying, but how come I have a percentage of my clients consistently exiting. And they never exit with a protest.
Why do they slip away? Do you think
Because I think they're deeply impressed, but I think their anxiety gets activated. And so I've learned to slow it down and share. When I do counseling, I always bring my countertransference in as a point of saying to my clients, I'm in the same boat as you are. I'm not above this. I struggle like you do. You struggle about being abandoned. Here's my abandonment. But then I bring it in, but then I don't make it the issue. I pull it right out. And that seems to help them.
you think we haven't really talked about the Greek split much, but I think for those of us that struggle with being, pragmatic minded scenario, our default setting moves to deductive versus inductive, right?
Yeah.
So I hear you saying we have to switch the brain more and more away from reductionism.
Yep.
Basically research observation, as you call it,
Phenomenology, phenomenological, experiential. Yeah, and it's not either or, it's both ends. But what's the foundation? Foundation for me is the reality at hand. So some therapist is teaching me boundary work and she's getting amazing results. I go, wonderful, wonderful. As a researcher, I say, show me video clips of you doing boundary work. And I turn off the sound and I look at the nonverbal language and said, I'm not sure your concept is doing the work, but look how you attune to these people. You said in this segment, boundaries can really help you. And your client over here, she showed you anxiety and you scooted your chair in instead. Again, the boundaries will really help you. I can't tell if the statement boundaries really help you uttered twice, or the fact you said it twice and you scooted your chair. I'm not sure phenomenologically which one's doing the greater work. But I do have contrast. I can show you therapists at work who aren't very relational, and they give you all the right concepts, and their clients will go, yeah, yeah. And then they're asked, did you get it? It says, yeah, I go, no.
I think it was a misunderstanding of the term paradigm shift, because I think it's most like, if I make this paradigm shift, then I'll grasp what's going on. But a paradigm shift is exactly that. It's a true shift.
It's a real shift.
It's real. It's internal.
Yeah. You see it differently, and if you see it, you experience it differently. The shift in the family anxiety field is considered a primary therapeutic goal. No other goals are seen as permanent. You're shifting the anxiety field. So in the family system, they come and how can I help you? And adult parents bring their grieving mom. Says, Mom, who's 88, just lost dad. They were together in a retirement center, and she's really depressed. Now you have anxiety. Anxiety is evidenced by existential reality of facing mortality. How does this family, a family who doesn't know how to bury well, can't live well? You got to be able to bury your family members, right? And so I said, and then I turned to Mom, who's kind of sad, and says, Ma'am, I'm sorry to hear you lost your husband. How many years were you married to him? And she goes, I was married 55 years. Then I immediately go to, wow, 55 years. You were incredibly blessed. And she starts to tear up and says, I know. Yet that blessing means you're incredibly challenged. You had a lot. Now you have lost a lot. And she sobs, and then she looks at me and she gets it. You have to go into the family anxiety field. You're not standing outside and says, I'm immune. I've been vaccinated. Most therapists do therapy with masks on, keeping social distance. If the truth were told. And most pastors do pastoral work the same way. They just believe they're vaccinated spiritually. Then they're shocked, and the church is shocked when they get sick. I'm telling you, there's no spiritual vaccine. That's not how it works. Well, come on, our Lord Jesus Christ, incarnate Son of God, was he vaccinated against pain and suffering? Read Isaiah 53. There are 30 different indicators of Jesus and stages and degrees of separation, abandonment, rejection, and betrayal. The rabbis never understood that because it didn't match the Messiah. By the way, Christians don't understand Isaiah 53 because systematic theology has taught them that they don't understand that the Messiah is they don't understand that Christ, the anointed one, is really the Messiah. And they don't understand Messiahship as evidenced by the Old Testament understanding of redemption. They will unwittingly, from systematic theology, translate Christness, whatever Christness is some kind of position, status, power, invincibility. Jesus Christ. No, the Old Testament understanding is Jesus, the Messiah, the suffering King, who in pain and suffering redeems us. Okay? All right. So therapy is essentially seen as overcoming low differentiation through de-triangling. Common mistakes. When people discover triangles in their family system, they will bomb and run or withdraw. De-triangling is actually a threat. It's very disorienting. You have to reboot the relationship. So for a young couple whose husband is in porn, now I have to shift it to our porn. And then I say to them, come up with a code word that you implicitly agree that if you use the code word porcupine, that because for most people it's hard, it's too shameful to say, hey, I'm tempted with porn today. Because they know they shouldn't be tempted and they should have more moral integrity and fight the temptation and overcome it. But their history says they keep succumbing to it. So I say, okay, let's put porn on the side and let's come up with a code word that you both agree. So one couple came up with porcupine. I thought it was really great. Animal is a really good code word. So when she thought he was struggling porn, she could go say to him, have you seen porcupine today? And they gave each other tacit permission to take 5-10 minutes, no more than that, to sit down and explore the porcupine. Know what you're doing, you're de-triangling. You're getting porcupine out from between the two of you, putting it over here, and the two of you looking, analyzing the porcupine. Okay, and then, or if he's struggling and he's so embarrassed, he doesn't want to go and says, I'm struggling with porn, because that's shameful. He could go and say, you know, I saw National Geographic on porcupine last night. She goes, and then I teach them stand, hold hands, and do 5-minute exploration. And exploration is a huge shift for them. All the couples want to slide into solutions. What are you going to do? What are we going to do? Wrong question to ask. Practicality never de-triangles. Practicality will generate performance anxiety. How well are you doing? I decided to team with you. How are you doing? Are you following through? Are you doing your part? Works against the person. Versus, tell me about the porcupine. And I have to teach clients how to ask exploratory questions. Tell me about the porcupine. What did the porcupine say? What did the porcupine do? What part of your body did the porcupine touch? All exploration. But in exploration, the system is moving in the right direction. And it's a direction that brings healing. So James, come on, you guys, pastors, draw close to God and what? Come on, draw close to God and he would draw close to you. There's no pause. God always consistently, what's the word? Holds the problem with you. When we pray, Lord, could you take care of this problem? The answer isn't, I will take care of the problem. Answer is, let's take care of the problem together. That's a shift. All right, so Bowen says you must stay in the family system until the others see that they can no longer pull you in the family. You know you're undifferentiated when you can be pulled by them. It's rare for me, but now and then I have a client who comes in and they pull on me emotionally. Then I realize this person symbolizes something. Personal confession, I'm not pulled by females. When I look at a female, I can see the beauty, aesthetics, I can appreciate the form, the figure, and all that stuff as a male. Fair enough. I am a male after all. So I'm aesthetically, visually grounded and conditioned, but I'm not pulled by that, except for particular type of a female that I'm really pulled by that person. And I'm not going to tell you who that is, what that is.
You don't need to, but have you figured that out?
Yes.
Okay. And how have you differentiated yourself from that?
When I find that female, I run to her. I say, it's a gift.
Regarding your maleness, there are other gender options out there today in case you want to explore them. So.
No, when I've particular kind of female, and it's a particular composite of emotionality, physicality, and relationality. It's a perfect fit for me. It's a missing thing. It's a missing gap. It's
My question is,
really,
what do you do with it to protect yourself?
I don't protect myself. I just hold it.
Aware.
I become aware of it. And I also know it's connected to my mother.
Either your biological mother or your adopted mother?
My adoptive mom. But it's connected to my biological mom that I was never allowed to be physically alone with. So the two mothers, a biological mom and adoptive mom, come together, they overlap. But my adoptive mom was an incredibly attachment person without being sloppy agape, without slobbering. I never felt that I needed to meet her needs. But she was always open, so she would be typing away, because she was a national writer, typing away on her, whatever she was doing. I would walk in and I'd say, hey, Mom, and she would stop and go like this, David, yes. And I would get her full and complete attention. And then I would leave, and then I would hear a typewriter again. Consistently. If I ever said to my mom, Mom, I had her full attention. Whatever she was doing, it was healing. And because my adoptive mom had such poor eyesight, but she was very beautiful. If I show you a picture, she was blonde, very beautiful. I mean, true blonde with real pale skin. And she was sunburned at the Oregon coast, and she would have a hood on, she would do the sunblock, and she would have a sun hat. She would burn in 10 minutes. And it's cloudy. But she was, for me, it's such a welcoming, embracing presence, but differentiated. She didn't need to embrace me to be a good person.
She instinctively understood that there is no such thing as multitasking.
Yeah, she focused. But so now and then that kind of female comes into my life, outside of my wife. And I go, oh gosh, and I go, okay, there it is. Erotica at the core has attachment things. Erotica represents things. Erotica is sexual energy. I was attracted to my mom. That's not wrong. You take a 9-year-old boy who's never allowed to be physically alone with his mom, for 9 years, longed for mom, but never had. Then you bring that kid into a family system where you have a wonderful, attractive, physically, emotionally, relationally female who's available, who attunes. How is that not healing? But here's the thing. When I was in 1972, my mom took her Girl Scouts to the Oregon coast, and Lanny, you remember this because you helped me to. I took you to the very place where my mom drowned, trying to rescue my sister. And Lanny and Phil went with me. When I buried my brother, I had him cremated, and I decided to, because Mom really loved Paul, my brother, so I decided I would just disperse the ashes in the place where she drowned. It was a symbolic gesture for me. So I had worked at the hospital all night. I came out of the Army as a medically trained person, so I worked at the hospital through college and through grad school, and worked night shift, and I I got a call at 9 o'clock. I came home around 7:30, was out of a dead sleep. My dad called, and typical British American communication, he said, I'm at the Coos Bay, mom drowned trying to rescue a couple of the girls, and nothing else. We lingered in silence. I knew. That's my communication style with my dad. I was very secure with my dad. I knew. And my dad, as communication style, actually fit with my Japanese background. Because in Japanese relational communication, saying less is more. And so I got off the phone and I was just in shock. Didn't know what to do. Had just an hour and a half of sleep, whatever. So I called my friend Rick Sanoski, high school friend. I said, Rick, and he said, I'm coming down and seeing you right now. He drove down and saw me, and I talked with him. And then he said, can I pray for you? I said, sure. And I'm Presbyterian. I'm pietistically challenged. And so I said, sure. But I'm not used to having conversations and going into prayer. And Rick said, can I pray for you? I said, sure. And for some strange reason, I decided to kneel. And we don't kneel in the Presbyterian Church. During confirmation ceremony, you kneel, but usually you don't. Not like Catholics going up and down, or Episcopalians. So I knelt, and he put his hand on my head. I never asked him to do that. And he prayed, and I don't remember what he prayed. But the weight and the grief from the bottom of my foot went through my whole body and went out the top. And all the grief and the loss went straight out. And I was flooded with incredible joy. It was trauma healing. That summer was the summer before I started my theological education in Chicago. If that prayer wasn't given, if I didn't have that touch, I could not have made it emotionally, especially given my attachment things with my mom. God just healed it. I'm a firm believer that God heals you to fulfill responsibility versus God just healed you so you can play at Disneyland.
I don't know if I like that. I want to play at Disneyland.
I do too. But don't forget, playing at Disneyland is healing. Well, obviously, I'm just making an exaggerated point.
Yeah.
I really believe that if he's the author and the finisher of our faith, why won't he give you in the process and the journey whatever you need to complete, be completed, or to complete? I needed to go to seminary. Emotionally, I would not have been able to do so. So there was an intervention. Quickest way I know to experience healing is to focus on responsibility, not the healing. That's what I was doing with our friend the other day. Okay? Now, you as therapists and counselors are bringing healing. So when I watch therapists and counselors and their clients healing, I don't have any problem saying God healed through this counselor who doesn't believe in God. My understanding of God is he loves his whole creation and he touches. And he doesn't wait for us to be in the right place, doing the right thing before right things happen. Well, if that's the formula, pray tell me, when will any right thing happen? And it's the same thing with counseling. I don't expect my interns or counselors to be in the right place, right frame of mind, right understanding, right integration before right work is done. All I ask my interns is, and pastoral counselors is, could you open your heart to your client? Could you open your heart to your congregant? And see what will flow. Okay, so differentiation. Okay, so there are all kinds of, I'm not going to go with that, structure, this therapy, critique of Bowen's theory if you want his theory. There are eight basic techniques. This one I do is you have to be a non-anxious client. You have to present a non-anxious presence. So if your client presents something, I try to be non-anxious, which means I try to watch my countertransference and I just hold it. And then I just use it. I'll come right out and say, you know, you just told me that your husband, who's been dry for 2 years, fell off the wagon. When I heard that, my heart started to break because I don't know if I could do that. Because I imagine you worked hard with your husband for that 2-year sobriety. And my heart is asking, I don't know what yours is. Can this ever be redone? Is it going to take another 2 years? And do I have the strength to do another 2 years? Just barely got through the last 2 years. Then he got drunk. And you know what? My clients respond. Because strangely, they may not be asking that exact question, but they're asking similar questions. Counseling therapy is heart-to-heart exchange. Here's what my heart is saying. What is your heart saying? And sharing your heart is very therapeutic. Okay. Homework. I don't want to get into that. Bowen. Okay, so we'll stop doing Bowen, take a little bit of break. But before we do, Bowen, what do you think of Bowen's systemic psychology, system psychology, where he's looking at the individual as a member, participant in the family system with his anxiety field and his intervention, which is to help an individual to differentiate, and then that brings healing and transformation to the family system. All it takes is one member to start to differentiate, and it begins to send ripples through the whole system.
We could add something to the information you have on how to perceive humanity as an individual, as a whole. And so the idea of one-on-one or one-person therapy is really kind of, it's old-fashioned idea. And there's some value in it because you do have to also deal with the individual, but the individual doesn't live alone.
Yeah, always individual is always part of a system, right? That's the concept. Others? Yeah.
Couple questions. Edwin Friedman, is he influenced by this Bowen?
Oh yeah, directly.
Okay.
And adopts Bowenian concepts, differentiation to his analysis of the synagogue. in the church and then has written that book, Generation to Generation.
Is there a updated version of that? I mean, I had that book like 20 years ago, and I never really made it all the way through. Is they done anything since then that you would recommend?
I'm not aware of it. There may have been. I don't know. Great question.
I had a follow-up question. The differentiating, we're speaking of it as a positive thing, and I see how it is. I could see how there could be some negative differentiation as well. Maybe a family member that goes astray from the family into an unhealthy system. Can you speak to that?
That's not differentiation, Bowens.
What would it be then?
That's,
Emotional cutoff?
yeah, that's emotional cutoff or rebellion or resistance. It's a pseudo differentiation.
So
I'm not like you guys. Well, just a statement says you are. It's how you say it.
So differentiation in Bowenian theory is always positive.
It's a positive for him and necessary, or else you're going to be sucked right into the anxiety field. That his premise is that you are a member of a biological system and you cannot, that system is going to suck you down, if you want to put it in sarcastic terms, unless you can pull away and not be internally pulled.
That's biblical.
It's very difficult.
No, biblical. In the
That's
sense
biblical.
Of how we're supposed to
Right.
hang around with people who are gonna uplift us or whatever, and that if we have the mindset that we're gonna help pull them up, that's not reality. They're gonna influence us more for the negative.
Right. The opposite is families are enmeshed with each other because there's an anxiety field, and they will keep pulling and complaining and keep putting you in your place. And because you need to be part of a relational system, your basic default setting is to stay in the relationship, and you end up paying a price, and you develop pseudo self rather than what he calls core self, true self. You become what the family wants, or you fight and you rebel against it. When you have highly reactive members of the family, they're very undifferentiated, as evidenced by their high reactivity.
So is there ever a time that differentiation leads to the actual cutoff of a relationship?
Yeah, if there's safety issues, sometimes you have to exit, and sometimes you have to some people have to actually physically move away from the family in order to come back into the family. They're just, their family system is so, such a stranglehold, they have to actually physically exit in order to come. There is one differentiation I wish that we could put into law, and it's what Israel does. Israel makes every 18-year-old boy and girl serve in armed services. I wish we would do that in our society, because that's the only equality I know that you can instill. Because when I was in the Army, we had college students, we had draftees, we had Arkansas farmers, we had New York urban, we had Jewish New Yorkers. We were all reduced to the same level. Okay, and it would reboot. You cannot have democracy unless, in my opinion, unless you have a reboot and universal draft for 18. Mormons do that. You see them out in the street.
I was gonna say, in this hypothetical law, can we like assign them to like civilian conservation corps work?
Yeah, yeah. If you can't physically handle military activity. You can be a clerk in a hospital, but you have to wear a uniform.
Yeah.
For 2 years, you don't get to be you.
Sir.
You get to be us.
And this is thinking kind of a broader cosmic church perspective. What if Billy Graham crusade could have had some volunteer, theory given to them about family systems? I mean, because we see that movement in the 50s, 40s, and 50s, a reaction to the conformist, we have the Red Scare, we have all the kind of things, the conformist mentality, and the church kind of thing that has identified people like they're Christian because my grandpappy was associated with whatever. So we see this move towards individuating spiritually that goes on. So the Jesus movement comes along, right? And what do? I call no man my father. There is no, so there's this complete extraction outside of the family in a way to spiritually individuate. So then comes Billy Graham, right? And all you need is to say the prayer, and now you're in, right? But no understanding. It was not given to us a move away from individualism, but how to integrate that with the family, right?
Right, and that's not to preclude that wonderfully God works through the ineptness and incompetencies of who we are and our systems that we sometimes foolishly think is sacred. We make sacred certain things when you go, no, I don't think that's really sacred. I think what is sacred is the text and God who reveals us through the text and his design. What is sacred for me is new creation. For me, a person who I see every human as a creature created in the image of God. And therefore, there's sacredness to that, even though that image may be very marred, as evidenced by addiction, porn, and so forth. I never say the person in that addiction, even a vicious criminal, I never say that criminal is not a creature of God. Sadly, the imaging is marred, greatly marred and tarnished, fair enough. But when you hang a murderer, you're hanging a person. You're not hanging a animal, which people tend to say. He was a serial murderer. He was an animal. No, he's a deeply flawed and marred image of God. And it's incredibly sad. But don't you dare take the sacredness out of that. Every human is worth our redemptive enterprise. And counseling is redemptive. You try and redeem a life. Bottom line, that's what you're doing. You're giving time, energy, your heart to the process to see that person's life be redeemed.
Well, David, how do you I shared this with you.
When you guys talk, could you talk louder? Because the sound, we need Cindy, who's online, to be able to, oops.
Right. I shared with you about my third born going through this phase of individualism and doing it into what's seemingly a very spiritual thing, right? Jesus says, don't call anyone father, or Jesus, when people say your mother and brothers are outside, he said, who is my mother and brother, that kind of thing. And so in my son's mind, it's just like his response is like, maybe we made too much of a idolization of family, that we put family in front of Christ, right? And so with the move more and more secularization, what's going on in our culture, I believe God's actually going to raise a remnant up that really are clear that Christ gets Christ and Christ alone. of, you know, what Bowens is and understanding that with, and the call to follow Christ without completely annihilating, you know, because of a lot of the Jesus movement kind of thing, we, you know, even as a 12-year-old, 13-year-old, I've watched how families were disintegrated by these guys who quote unquote following Christ, renounced their family systems and family experiences because they were following Christ. How do we move towards helping that kind of demographic? Because I think we're going to see that kind of experience out of all the shambles of what's going on in our culture right now.
Whenever you get a reaction, the reaction tells you that the person is not differentiated. And that for me is not of the Holy Spirit. When I first came into relationship with Jesus Christ, first thing the Holy Spirit had me do is go back home and try to honor my father and mother. Mom was she was gone by then. At that point, yeah, Mom was still around. And so I lived at home, and I try to honor my dad because I understood I'm supposed to honor my father and mother, and I realized that I wasn't really honoring them in my heart. I never gave my kids a problem. I was a very compliant kid. I wasn't a problematic kid. My parents did not have problems with me growing up, but that's not the same as what's in your heart. And so I remember I went home and spent a summer trying to please my dad, do things for him and so forth. It was just really frustrating. So it was a gas crunch in 72. So since I worked at the hospital, I could go to the pump, and though even back there in Oregon in the gas crunch, if your license number ended in an even number, you got to pump gas on an even day. Odd number, odd day. But as a hospital worker, I had exemption with my hospital card. So I went and avoided long lines and filled up my car. Then I got a 5-gallon can. It's a reserve, filled that up. And I got a 5-gallon can for my dad. And I took it to my dad and said, here, so you don't have to wait in line. He says, how did you get that? I said, well, I got it with my hospital card. And he said, okay. He took the can and put it in the garage and never touched it. This is how I was trained morally. Very little talk, all action, symbolic action. So I told you guys a story when I went to University of Oregon. I came home, thought I was pretty hot stuff because out of 280 student athletes at South Salem High School, which was always in the top 4 in state athletics in the state of Oregon, South Salem High was a powerhouse when I was in high school. So I thought it was pretty hot stuff. I was only one out of 280 athletes at South Salem High School that competed at NCAA. So I thought, wow, pretty hot stuff. So I sent home a Chi-Psi sticker. I was pinned by a national fraternity, University of Oregon sticker. Told you guys the story, came home on Thanksgiving and didn't see it on my dad's car because I wanted him to be proud of me. So I went to him and says, did you get the stickers? And he said, yes. He says, where are they? He says, did you look in the garage? I said, no. So I went, he stuck it on the garbage can. So I went back to him and said, you stuck it on the garbage can, protesting. And then he says, let me ask you a question. I says, okay. When you went to your vote in September, why did you leave your Bible on your nightstand? And he turned around and walked away from me. I got it. What I thought was valuable had very little value. He wasn't trying to disqualify me. I was constantly presenting reality. The missing part was I wasn't always sure that he really accepted me. So when the Holy Spirit got hold of me, as I surrendered to the Holy Spirit, first thing I did is I went home and spent a summer trying to honor my dad, trying to please him and so forth. And it wouldn't go anyplace. He wouldn't be pleased. It didn't matter what I did. So I got so frustrated and angry. We lived in an exclusive area in the state of Oregon. It was a daylight basement. And so I had an engagement with my dad. I was so frustrated. I went down the 13 steps to the daylight basement where my bedroom was, and every step I said, damn, 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 damn. And the bottom step, I said, damn. And then I said, I give up to myself. Well, I actually said it out loud, but Dad couldn't hear me. And the Holy Spirit instantly said, good. And all the power went out from me. Long as I was trying to please my dad, it wasn't going to work. I had to face, I cannot please my dad. Only thing I have is I want to please my dad. That's differentiation. If you want to put it in psychological terms, come on, you guys. Spiritual truth is profoundly psychological. And those of you who are not focusing on spiritual truth, you are doing spiritual things. It's reality. If differentiation is somehow reality, then Bowen, strangely, though I don't know where he was Christian faith-wise, probably hit the truth. You gotta stop splitting theology and psychology. Theology, we are given truth as a gift of revelation. In psychology and science, we do hard research and we discover truth through the research method. It's not either or, it's both ends. So I couldn't differentiate, and so I stopped trying to please my dad. And you know what? We had a better relationship. That's differentiation. And you have marital couples who are not differentiated, and they go years round and round and round trying to get the other person to agree with them and to accept them and to value them. They're not differentiated. How? By the reaction. Then I have Christians who take a hyper spiritual view and says, well, all I need is Jesus. But they have a problem. That's true. But if you really have Jesus, Jesus moves you towards the other. Love God with all and love your neighbor as yourself. And all the fruit of the Holy Spirit are not fruits regarding your interaction with God. They're fruits designed by the Holy Spirit for you to interact with others.
Help us understand Jesus when he says things. I know he speaks in hyperbole, but when he speaks things and he says, you think I came to bring peace, but I came to bring a sword, right?
Yeah.
And there'll be the mother who will be divided between her daughter, and the father will be divided between her son, and then we all, the same thing we're hearing the prophetic of, the move of restoration is the restoration of the heart of the Father, the heart of the Son, etc. How can we kind of deconstruct that both for ourselves but for others? Because I mean, it's a radical thing Jesus is trying to do and helping us differentiate, isn't it?
Right, and it's brilliant when Jesus says, I haven't brought peace, I brought a sword. I'm going to split you and your parents and a brother from a sister. That's differentiation. That's what exactly we do in Bohemian. We bring a sword. We cut the relationship. We pull it apart so we can put it back together.
It's painful.
That is painful. Jesus is differentiated. How do I know? First miracle John records. I'll read it to you. John chapter 2. You guys know this. First miracle of our Lord Jesus recorded by John. It's an interesting why he picks. He says, on the third day, the wedding took place in Cana in Galilee. Jesus' mother was there. Talk about non-differentiation potential. Mother and son. Think about it. Father Joseph dead. Jesus running the family business with mom, helping mom take care of the siblings. If you're not going to be differentiated, here's a good place not to be differentiated, but be meshed with your mom. All right? Jesus' mother was there. Jesus and his disciples also had been invited to a wedding. When the wine was gone, Jesus' mother said to him, they have no more wine. What is that? Remember Mary, the narrative? The Holy Spirit came upon her and she gave birth, conceived and gave birth to this holy child. And she pondered about Jesus, all these things, kept it all to herself. She's been thinking about Jesus for years, strangely. And at this crisis point, she goes instantly to him. But Jesus' response is, woman, why do you involve me? That's differentiation. He's not pulled by mom. He's available to mom, but he's not pulled by mom. He's pulled away from mom. He's gone into the River Jordan, baptized by John. And the differentiational voice says, this is my beloved son, with whom I am well pleased. Differentiation is not an end in itself. It's a process to pull apart from being pulled by the relationship so you can be in that relationship all that you should be and can be without needing the other person to recognize you or affirm your value and worth. Differentiation is not being a good person or trying to do a good thing, because being a good person and trying to do a good thing oftentimes has behind it, I need you to recognize I'm good. Now you're not differentiated. The opposite. You need the other person to verify you, vindicate you. That's not differentiation. Bowen's got an interesting concept. Differentiation is you can be your own self, but that doesn't mean you're isolated. You're your own self, so you can be to the other, for the other, what the other needs.
So differentiation is multi-dependency, interdependency. Non-differentiated is what a lot of people these days call codependency.
Yep. Codependency comes from Bowenian concept of differentiation. Everyone's codependent until you differentiate. And the more psychological relational problems people have, the less differentiated they are. But when you differentiate it, you're able to face the problem and pain and just hold it and cry about it and be distraught. A highly differentiated person is not immune. And that's Bowen's mistake, because he evolutionarily split the intellect as the highest part, the human. No. Highest part of the human is to be in relationship, which requires being very intelligent, which requires being very emotional. It's integration. Right? All right, so differentiation, family systems. Okay, so the paradigm shift, is that someone we know?
Here's what I found. Sorry, once again. Here's what I found.
Okay, so differentiation. So next, we're going to work on contextual family therapy. Okay, so our paradigm shift, individual, Freudian-based, which everything else is based upon now or in reaction to, but the paradigm is individual, one-person psychology. We're shifting to two-person psychology. So we're putting the person and their subjectivity experience into a relational systemic context and looking at the individual through the lens of systems analysis.
Seems like the more we get a better understanding of attachment, the more it pushes us into systems.
Yeah, yeah. Attachment theory, I probably should offer a course just on attachment theory. Attachment theory is, in my opinion, the very best psychological theory to have. And attachment theory is actually an area of my expertise.
You know, you and I were just reviewing core courses and we didn't have an attachment theory core course.
Yeah, I know. I guess I need to differentiate and be really myself instead of trying to help people. No. Attachment theory is concomitant with psychoanalysis, meaning historically psychoanalysis with Freud is evolving now in fifth generation psychoanalysis. There's a movement. And systemic psychology, Bowen and so forth, are in reaction to that and then trying to integrate that. Alongside in a parallel tracking, we had this independent psychological movement called attachment theory. So attachment theory has a nice advantage of not, in a sense, being contaminated by the Freudians. The founder of attachment theory actually was trying to become Freudian and they rejected him.
It's the Celtic Christianity of the psychological world.
Celtic Christianity of the psychological world, yeah. And so Bowlby wanted to be accepted as a psychoanalyst, and they said, your theory doesn't constitute psychoanalysis. So he was forced, thank God, right, Mario? It was a blessing, wasn't it? Well, come on, you guys. Sometimes your rejection is the best thing that can happen to you in life. Rejection sometimes is a sign to you, no. Your family, the other person doesn't get to have you. If you're undifferentiated, you react to the rejection, can't see through the rejection to see the reboot. And you're just in a cycle of reaction, resolution, reaction, resolution, reaction, resolution. And with time, you just fatigue and then you develop a low-grade mood. Mood is, this is the way it is. That's sign of lack of differentiation. Differentiation, and again, for those of you who are pastors, if you watch Jesus through the Gospels, he's very differentiated. But differentiation isn't on Jesus' part trying to be differentiated. He was ready at 12 to start the ministry. The Holy Spirit said no. And from 12 to, as I said before, 12 to 30, he was a village carpenter. He was differentiating.
Was differentiated by the Father's word. When the split open and said, "This is my beloved Son," in that moment, to me, I think Jesus had that emotional stake in the ground to look back to. He said, "Oh, I'm not my Father's son in the same way. I'm not my mother's son in the same way. I'm my heavenly Father's son."
Yep, great observation. Luke 2, beginning 46. After 3 days, they found him in a temple court, sitting among the teachers, listening to them, asking them questions. Everyone who heard him was amazed at his understanding and his answers. when his parents saw him, they were astonished. His mother said to him, "Son, why have you treated us like this? Your father and I have been anxiously searching for you." Jesus' response, why were you searching for me? He said, "Don't you know? I had to be by my father's house." But they did not understand what he was saying to them. Then he went down to Nazareth with them and was obedient to them. You can only differentiate by spending time being obedient to someone who doesn't understand you. Because that lack of understanding, acceptance, will force you to pull apart. Does that make sense? But his mother treasured all these things in her heart, and Jesus grew in wisdom, in stature, and in favor with God and man. Wow. I see in those statements Christology, but I also see in those statements differentiation, the process of differentiation. False differentiation, Jesus would have said, "No, I know who I am. I know who I'm supposed to do. Goodbye, Mom, Dad, sorry. I'm not in your life to fulfill your existence. Goodbye, good luck, parts." That's pseudo differentiation. Your wife has an affair on you. Differentiation work means now you get a chance to reboot about marital love, which is pain. And the pain brings the reality of covenant love to you. Well, does that mean I can't be happy with her? No, it means happiness with her is not the agenda. Covenant love is agenda. What is covenant love? It's faithful love. I commit myself to you, and as I commit myself to you, you end up hurting me and almost destroying me, but I don't let that break my faithfulness. I embrace the pain, and as embracing the pain, that faithful love deepens and produces incredible fruit. And the fruit isn't liking each other, being happy with each other. Marriage is not designed to make you happy. It's designed to pry you open so you can become one, two becoming one. All right. Okay, so let's take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll do contextual family therapy and try to add to this. But do you like systemic way of looking? Does it make sense? Systemic psychology? Are you getting the paradigm shift from one person psychology to two person? More hopeful? Okay, all right.
Are we going until 4?
We're going to 4, yes. Unless I will ask you at 3 if you had enough. By the way, we have a wonderful, one of Anthony's staff people made this beautiful peanut butter chocolate and cake. And I have permission to bring it down and slice you out slice. Who would like to taste the gourmet cake? I'll bring it down. Latina, is that okay for me to do that? Will you get in trouble?
No.
Will your pastor fine you?
Was it in the freezer or the refrigerator?
It was in the freezer. I put it in the refrigerator
Just recently.
last night.
Okay,
in anticipation to steal the cake.
Okay, good. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Pretty good. It's incredible.
It looks even better than it tastes.
It looks even better.
Yeah, it really looks, it looks amazing.
All right, so let's take 15-minute. All right, come back at 10 after.
Because I'm trying to figure, I'm just looking for tomorrow looking at Sunday, trying to figure out my day, and I couldn't remember if you're gone or not. Yeah, water main, dad, try to find a retro picture of the ocean.
Oh, really?
I just am anxious with all sorts of questions about. Yeah, I need to go have a couple hours.
I've got the generation to generation book, which I really think is further knowledge relevant and more popular book. That basically iterates all this kind of thing. It really lights up the world. I think,
Thanks for the reminder.
And now I look at it like, I had no idea.
One to two more hours.
I would say the photo is like a word. He retired at 57 and just.
No, I didn't, because I missed last time.
No players, no.
For that.
Because all his world was basically everything that you produced in, everybody put up, everybody on, everybody different.
So, oh,
Your dad is
I'm
now you're talking about him, he's gone.
Yeah, I got as far as 4,000 trials. And like I have a really good podcast today, just for doing family systems. Yeah.
Main leaders all being sent out, you know, the totally best friends. The Jim, Josh, you know, years. All these things happen at the same time.
But attachment. The first thing I heard.
That's just the only case he's about, so he hasn't talked to me. No. Like I heard what he was saying, is he doesn't have a training or attachment.
The world holding things together, being able to see.
It is, well, there's a lot of garage. There's a lot more.
There's just like a lot of dynamic
Well,
I think what's just compared is like pastoral.
That's what I specialize in. Specialist. Just finished up, my doctorate. But I have 47 years. And they all are attachment. And before I married, I had a respite home. For the kids that were trying to sabotage their adoptions.
Yep, I had some too. I did that for a while, like the company or the nonprofit is running my place. But where I got like hands-on,
You didn't know
the
about dating
training
sons,
and
you didn't
here's
know
the
about
kids, or the kids and here's your training, so it's
Yeah,
like
that's
training and I'm like, but,
Yeah, I didn't do it. Attachment. Well, actually, I think always took over 80 kids.
But I think you just
My
assume
girls
that's
also
okay.
picked up.
I've always been okay.
So I've lived
5
with
years, I was okay.
Brad
Whatever. I don't think it's
for 40 years of my life.
yes.
Well,
Yeah, it'll get to everyone, I'm sure at some point maybe a chance to actually start my life. Like someone's never really tasted my mom, my lady. Uncovered next,
Some stuff.
I got 7 now. every time I go, twice in different counties, and then through, the training software, this is online. Plus, I just am like, what they give during software training doesn't touch, it's not the same as most kids. So they actually requested that I do like a parent to help for us, but also training for all this other level. It's not
Hey,
like,
guys.
but. Oh, wow.
You guys.
Very yeah, so, okay, I agree.
I have a question. On behalf.
What's that?
Need a registration and finance.
Probably really, really rich, and so as much as just really small. There's no way to be really small when it's that tall. I mean, like,
So I must.
that's, yes.
Jamie reached out to me, she said that, they had some issues when they were going back to Brazil.
Someone want half of that, like a tall kid's really
She
intimidating.
said that they had a passport, it was for
Like the
flight.
person's like
So
expecting
she
a
said
lot.
everything's working out okay. She asked me if the money comes in,
You want
she would get to the right way. 'Cause they
Yes,
got
yeah,
the
I'm gonna take her.
with their savings, and so the money that's coming in is going back to us.
Are they stuck in the US?
No, they're in Brazil. She was telling me to go there, not to take, we should have a large layover, along for smaller airplanes.
In the US,
But in South America.
an airport in the US.
They're in Brazil.
No, I know, but not to have a long layover in the US.
It's, no, foreign airplane. What is, what are we doing?
The work.
That's. I was thinking that the registration, and then probably registration.
My only concern is that there's a freezer part. It's for the passport. Does it taste?
Oh, come on, what,
Modified.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, every couple that actually does that, they bring out like, ew. Let's think about it.
Yeah.
They said it was open, so I don't know what.
What's that?
I know that's good.
Good.
I should automatically.
That'll mellow the sweetness, right?
I saw her, I saw her and then she was saying, see, it's weird, I don't know why she's saying that.
Zero doesn't. I took that.
I think we actually did. Yes, but I'm terrible and I lost it. But it's shape. And I'll give that to my, I was talking to I told my outreach pastor about it, which I just lost of increase.
What I gave you water? Okay.
Thank you.
They don't need to because they don't off the stage.
Your Zoom background is pretty great.
Oh, the office thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was like.
My experience.
Sure does.
Maybe, yeah, it's up there, it's just the west, I see it, yeah.
And I'm not. A perfection super. My immunity is really into it. It becomes.
Like anything with regards to discovering more spiritual gifts. On the upside, it's good, there's awareness, there's learning excitement, but it's also like fun in itself.
Yeah, and I say that, obviously, a lot of years,
close and closer to our personal origins, like hunting seers, like they get a lot out of it. So hard to hunt seers.
Well, I got that reminder notification.
As far as strict permission work, so
8:30.
you know,
I don't know, like, I'm sure I got an email prior to
it's
when I wrote it. And, as I'm on my network.
personally, I would like, of all of those, the one that has been the most.
Good Friday, it's like summer. So I'm on my way to work going, I called this.
Yeah, but it's sort of rooted in not just spirituality, but how are you wired? What's your wiring? So, yeah, I like it because, yeah, there's an intrinsic connection to what is. As opposed to, you know, I think you can trip off. You just keep going in this hole. And there's never.
And you can get the rest online.
The challenge of everything that's going on today, for social justice, on one hand.
I don't want it. I get like tacos. I have like.
So how does it work out?
Right now, it's not, I mean, it's not. It's, I'm sure for sure.
Oh, this one?
I forgot to.
Come on.
And this has everything.
What I'd like to see, it would be cool to see from God's perspective, just the impact of what's happened since the last. I'm gonna send you, I think, that I think this was the night to go on. Probably one of the first times I've seen anybody clear as to what's going on.
Kayleen, your practice is called the Carousel Project?
Just Carousel Project.
Carousel.
Very redemptive way about the mercy and judgment of God and what is actually going on. This is actually, judgment starts for some house and job, right? So recognize there's things that are allowed for the sake of moving love to others. Pride and strife. Anthony, you make it. Really dissects society and kind of what's happened.
He had one of his, he had like a leftover golf swing, I guess, that was lodged in there, that dislodged. And made a real bad injury. So he's in hospital till at least, he can't do his drinks, just not ID. And this is horrible. So we're stuck in the ER for 17 hours. Before they put him in a room. He was in like his ER room, not a hospital. So,
yeah, I mean, like, yeah, you could.
yeah, they made it back and it didn't hit him until like late Wednesday night. Yeah, that wasn't on the trip. Maybe he just got some, like some hospital in
Right now, the last externally.
It was just. It's obviously I've been experiencing this.
Yeah. I mean, he's there, he's a mirror.
And see a number of inner guys moving to progressive Christianity and heading in that direction of social justice, all those things, and we forget who we are. And so
Alan Scott to me represents.
Everything if you throw in like a blended, previously divorced family in there. So I guess you have to differentiate from your ex-spouse as well.
Right. I want to ask you a very interesting question. Oh, gosh.
So do you know that?
Oh, goodness.
Spirit projects, you use you between that and natural.
I think I did.
Yeah. Natural giftings and the Holy Spirit is laying on you. I experienced that with you last night, because I know of your natural gift when I experienced it. If we're filing no the Holy Spirit is slipping out of your way. You feel that, you experience that?
What song?
Or is that how you describe it?
I hear nothing.
Well, you should hear something.
Does anybody want freshly brewed coffee?
I can go get it.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah. I feel like I experienced that.
Yeah.
It's pretty like.
Where were you guys at?
It's just like super.
Council, one of the couple of council, like I said.
Oh, like that's counting one of the individual.
Yeah, the wife, you know, and she's had a really good experience, and so she has. You have to kind of together. So a couple. In my mind, it's really good. Wow. But the reason, yeah, part of that is, you know, like my son, he plays.
Oh, my.
guitar and prophetically, he doesn't realize.
My saying has been
Wow.
12, 30 years.
You see that?
No, and I'm.
Yes, but no, something happened.
I'm meeting well many people who don't have all the facts as my church statement, right? And all this.
Not here. That work, so I saw you in that. It was almost like, you know, talk about.
Yeah.
Get the blood flowing. Right.
That was what was happening in the room. Holy Spirit is so much bigger than you and me or whatever else. There's bam, revelation.
I honestly, I don't really parse it out. I just feel like that's part of what the Spirit does. It's not like that. Obviously, there's special times, special moments where it's a real. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing I've gotten around here is by
That's why.
the mall, so that was in there.
Maybe all about these inclusions.
I got one last week. Well, last time we did this.
I have the permit's hard to pay, because you feel like you can't set it up on pay or go in. Since I have city of Salem water, I have to remember to do that now. It's hard. We have permits, it's hard. You know what? Yeah. I paid, right, and they're like, I'll have to reinstate it, it's free, but like.
Does anybody else want to?
No, thanks.
I got some more. Somebody who gave me your mistakes already, mistakes that don't yeah. So. I'm having a bad season. Like, who knows how fussy.
I just say we can't eat it.
I'm always fussy.
I'm just more about that.
It's been a long time since he's had a family picture.
That's everything.
You just need to invite all your kids over, just family day time.
Right.
Listen.
How does that work? I mean, this is pretty spontaneous. I mean, what do you do? You start like elbowing kids out of the way and the older you get. I mean, sure, we can let it out some too, but like.
No, I was supposed to meet here today, but.
So.
And I just met.
Do you have kids crawling bed to do that? That you put on bed? See, that's an attachment.
Thank you for everybody
Yeah.
go for it.
I honestly don't think it's.
I don't do
Yeah.
that.
You don't like using your beds? You don't like your?
I don't, I've ever make kids get multi, not only the answer, but there's been 6 of them, so it's been a lot of years.
So this last week, my son was sick, and so like 2 hours before I was gonna wake up, my wife had to come in and lay down on her bed. And she wasn't even in the this. It was more like a maybe if we change the bed up, it'll go to sleep, and we did. And I woke up, he was there, and that's fine, like those type of things. Like,
That's what I need.
but like if the kid's like struggling, they're really sad or they're bad dreams, we'll go to them and be with them for like an hour.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, to be with them and those type of things, so that they know they can still understand where they are at is a place that can be peaceful and can be restful. It's not my bed's bad, mom's bed's good. That's just kind of what the approach.
But I think it could be both.
What?
Like, I think that they can crawl in bed for parents and like, other times the parent goes to the kid's bed.
Yeah.
Like they can learn that their bed is safe without having that. So not saying you're rigid about it, but when I hear him talk about it, I think that sounds really rigid. I don't
I
understand.
like what we talk about kids, but
Yeah.
he is rigid about it.
Yeah.
And I disagree with him. Our grandkids don't.
Sometimes we can.
It's totally fine.
Every just have a little bit, we just have like a nightmare.
Yeah.
I wanted my son to come into our bed the other night, so we look at cars together, him and my wife, and him together, and he's, 6'5" or whatever. He's like, yeah, there's nowhere for me to lay. And that means it's inside, so I'm like, no, come closer. I don't want anybody in here right now. So I want the family to know. Yeah, our daughter made it. She didn't want to sleep in her bed when she got hurt. She wanted to sleep on the floor.
Yeah, some of my kids have done that. We have one, I teach all the things.
I just got back from last.
I use the.
In the bed where we chase the butterflies under the covers and make all our stories and re-publish the ring for him and all my kids. They're like, it's just easy to lock them out when you want to. You go like this, what?
I wonder if his rigidity on it is more the fact that there's less and less of a movement of protecting the marriage, and that we often, the kids are far more than not. We let triangling and we look for, well, how's porn triangling, or how's affairs triangling, or how's gambling triangling. But I think kids are far more triangling, but they're not bad, and so we don't see that. We don't protect the marriage. Because of that, it's actually ruining. We need to take steps to go protect the marriage. So,
See, I said that. She goes.
I would say it's
I would say that the functional family doesn't have that.
But I think you can have family space, so many other spaces. Like, why does it have to be the place where you and your wife have your most intimate moments that you go, we have to share this with everybody?
So something, I don't know how to use the words, my husband saying, David and I, like, like, we were so intentional about it, have been so intentional, that it didn't just,
I just saw a text.
the intentionality of it was adaptable. When kids have those needs, like.
Okay, guys, why don't we get back together and
How flexible are you being about this whole family business?
Maybe you got a lot of upset people about the family business.
what?
There's a lot of upset people about family business.
Is the majority of the room like pro? No. Well, maybe the majority is, but I'm not. I think we far more protect the children than we do the marriage. And we need to go above and beyond awkwardly respect the marriage, because that will, like my dad would tell me all the time, he would say, your mother was here before you were.
And Christian integration themes.
So don't even try anything, like, but that creates stability in you, right? Any left, so there won't be any.
Hey, deserving listeners, it's just me today. I am going to talk about Naj. Naj is pronounced Naj. It is spelled N-A-G-Y, like Nagy or Naji, but it's pronounced Naj. I've had many patron requests for many years, incidentally, to talk about Naj. He is an interesting character in the field of therapy, more specifically family therapy, and he's one of the greats. And he has a very specific theory that's actually quite interesting, and I think can be understood by lay people. It's not too complicated, and it has some interesting, very unique elements to it. He really had a way with language and a way with metaphor that I think really makes his theory compelling to people, which is why I'm guessing a lot of patrons have been asking me to talk about it. My relationship with Naj has gone back 24 years. When I was first introduced to his theory in graduate school. And then after graduate school, when I became an instructor, I began lecturing about Naj right away. The classes I taught involved Naj right away. And so I've been lecturing about Naj for 22 years. In fact, my class that's currently running right now, my family of origin class that I teach, all first quarter students in the master's program at my university, Antioch University, Seattle, take this class called Family of Origin. And we talk about a small set of theories. One is my own brand of psychodynamic family therapy. Another is Bowenian therapy. We talk about Whitaker and Satir a little bit, but we mainly talk about Naj, Bowen, and object relations. So Naj is a big part of this very important class that we have at the university. I was thinking about it, and I would say that he is one of the least known among the popular theorists. There are thousands upon thousands of theorists, people who have stepped forward and published something saying that they have a new way of looking at psychology or psychotherapy. And I would say, I don't know, back of the napkin, rough estimate, I would say 50 of those people actually are still known to a majority of, like if you just collected 100 different psychotherapists and said, rattle off all the different theorists or major figures in psychotherapy that you know. Well, if I included, let's just keep it a theorist because there's major figures like Irvin Yalom, for example, but I wouldn't call Yalom a theorist, right? So, Freud is a theorist, Jung, Adler, Bowen, Whitaker, Satir, Naj. These people are what I would call theorists, people who put forth a model of psychotherapy. And so I'd say there's probably a set of about 50 that are the most commonly.
Okay, that podcast, he's talking, I want us to get into the concept. The podcast wasn't what I had hoped it would be. I wanted to see some just Knowledge is contextual family therapy concepts put into a diagram, but currently it's not going to do that. So I'll just do my own PowerPoint. I can talk as well as he could on the subject. Okay, contextual family therapy. Again, this is systemic therapy, and there's actually some book if you want to look at it. Naji is a Jewish person. I think he was brilliant, and so a little bit of background in it if you want. Eastern European, so forth, and there's some books if you want. Fortunately, the ones in German, and his anthropology, and again, all psychology is really about the human person, so it's anthropological. And Naji's theoretical roots were influenced by Martin Buber, a Jewish philosopher, and Ronald Fairbairn, psychoanalyst. Martin Buber is my foundational philosophical theologian. If you want to know what's the foundation of my intellectual thoughts, my intellectual system, is Martin Buber. I would strongly urge you to read I Thou. It was seminal for me. Seminal for me means it was the way I define seminal is I'm exposed or I encounter something that shifts my paradigm or my perspective is different from that point on. And Martin Buber says there's two ways to relate. One is to relate in an I thou, and the other one's I it. When a male looks at porn, he does not see a female person. He sees an object of desire, object that stimulates. And so he is looking at an it, not a thou. Okay. And biblically, God always interacts with us not as an it. He never has to sacrifice us for the cause, for his system. He treats us as a thou. If we created an image of God and our task is to image the imager, I thou is when you are not relating to the other person out of your need and desire to get them to meet your need and desire. And marital dysfunction, marital conflict, the spouses never see the other person as a thou. It's treating the other person as an it. You meet my needs, you provide this for me. And that never works intuitively. Martin Buber says all real living is meeting. And he also says the melancholy of our faith is that every I thou turns into an I it. No, I thou is a heaven earth touching. And there's a promise of heaven and earth being joined, but it never fully happens. It's a taste. In that moment, and I've had I thou moments with my wife, and when I thou moments happen, she becomes fully alive to me, and I become fully alive. And you don't have to manipulate. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to keep it. You don't have to try to sustain it. You don't have to do anything. You just have to flow with it. One time I woke up early and I turned and looked at her, and I was overwhelmingly flooded by the sense of who she was as a person. And I was startled. I was shaken back. It was an existential moment. And there wasn't a desire in my heart for something from her. She was just there. And she wasn't there for me to gain something. She was just there, and her there-ness was overwhelming. The closest I dialed would be when I was in athletics in the zone in gymnastics. And when you're in athletics in the zone, everything comes together, everything's effortless. And I could usually tell between 3 to 4 seconds on the apparatus whether I was in the zone or not. When you're in a zone, everything just effortless, everything moves. It's like you're watching yourself move. Versus when you're not in a zone, you have to grind out every move. Think about what you're going to do next. Remember the grip. Remember how long to hold that move, and it's constant tension and anxiety. When you try to be good in relationship, which is nice, it's not it. You need the other person to approve of your goodness and accept your goodness. The other person is an object. Good news, God never treats us as an object. He sees us. And so St. Paul, remember in Corinthians says, love, 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 love. Now we see through a glass dimly. That's it. But then face to face, we will know as we're known. That's thou. Heaven is thou uninterrupted. It would be a dimensional quality. Time and space, matter and energy take on a different dimension in thou. Thou can happen as you look at the sunset and you're overwhelmed by the magnitude, the beauty, aesthetics of the sunset in the sense of the creator in his creation, coming through creation to you. That's not God and nature. That's just pagan notion. Or God in animals, God in trees, and so forth. That's it. Okay, so essence of what it means to be humans, relationship, all real living is meeting two modes of being, I, thou, I, it. I, thou is aesthetics. When you treat a person, manipulate a person, control a person, that person is not a person, it's an it. You can only control an it. If you're flooded by the other person is a thou, you instantly go moral. You instantly are ethical. You're awe-struck. So I really would encourage you to look at it. Fairbairn made a radical shift in psychoanalysis. So Freud would say a child is biologically driven to move towards mother's breast to get the milk. The breast is a means to the milk or biological satisfaction. Fairbairn said, no. Freud, you got it wrong. The milk is a byproduct of the child moving to the mother, i.e. the breast. It's a real flip. And we know that's true. And mothers, if you nurse your kids, you know this is true because the kid will cry. Kid is conditioning you when to present your breasts, and you learn to do that. It's classic conditioning on both sides. But then it whines and acts as though it's hungry, so you present your breast and it doesn't feed. He just lied to you. He presented one stimuli, but there's something else going on. And you watch kids, and psychoanalysis and educators have, in my opinion, have never recovered from it. Psychoeducators believe that kid is a whiteboard and you could just blackboard, you could just through education write things. No. Neurobiology tells you that kid comes in pre-programmed. And God takes DNA from mom and dad, biological, and then that we know tells us 5 areas of your personality, and then the first 5 years of life. Now nature and nurture combined. Every person is pre-programmed. That's why Proverbs says, train up a child in a way where he or she should go. First parental mistake, you impose what you want. If you're undifferentiated, you impose in a rigid way. You'll make the kid go the way you need the kid to go in order to fulfill you, or to augment your differentiation. And kids, because they're biologically driven by God, designed by God for bonding attachment, will create a false self to keep the bond or move towards the bond. And in some people, it's a lifelong process to pull out true self and pseudo self. So Bowen's helpful. Fairbairn reversed and said no. Freud said that a child wants mom to fulfill biological urges. Fairbairn says no, the child wants a mother and biological needs are fulfilled in and through the relationship. Real critical shift. And what I've noticed as a pastor in spirituality, most Christians are trying to go to God to get milk. And God's a good mother. He just wants you to want him. And then with that, you get to have everything. Seek first the kingdom of God, his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. You have to stop thinking of religiosity, spirituality, and relationship to God and God from a non-attachment basis. We're created as attachment creatures. If we are imagers, if we represent our imaging, representing God, our design is very divine without us being divine. I'm not confused. None of you are divine. I'm not divine. We're not Hindus, but we are imagers of the divine, and something of our design is divine without us being divine. That's called differentiation. You can pull apart you, the creator, from you, the creature, though the creature reflects and images the creator as divine. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the writers of the Old Testament, isn't it El Shaddai that means many-breasted? I mean, one of the translations, many-breasted one.
Bountiful provider, many-breasted one.
Yeah, many-breasted one, but I mean, from an attachment perspective, it's like the Holy Spirit. I don't know. Was he seeing that?
Yeah. I don't know what Fairbairn would say. I've never read anything or heard anything of what he would do with the names of God. He didn't do, as far as I know, a lot of theological work. He just stayed with attachment and what we call object relations. Freud, gratification is a signposted object. Anthropology, mother is the means to the end for the baby, which is the breast, the milk. Fairbairn, mother is the object of the relationship. Milk is simply the means to the end. Gratification is the means to the ultimate goal, which is to be related to the object or person attachment. It's a transvaluation of Freud's anthropology. So Naji's anthropology based on Martin Buber, I, thou, I, it, and Fairbairn The root of contextual theory is relational, dialogical. Before Nagy, theorists were not clear about where relationships belong, often had a negative understanding. For example, Bowen's herd instinct, where we stand on the evolutionary ladder, determines our humanness. Bowen's focus on rationality is consistent with other theorists, and as a negative foundational anthropology, the human is trying to overcome something. That's not Genesis 1, which ends with, behold, everything was very good. Radical shift. The relational understanding is a radical shift, even in systemic understanding, where individuals are members of the system. Relationship has more of a functional view. In contrast, contextual, dialogical, relational view sees the individual's identity as being lodged in the relationship, lifts the human above a functional perspective. Functional perspective is better than a dysfunctional psychopathology of one person's psychology. It's a shift towards two-person psychology, a good, necessary shift, but not complete.
Bowen is functional.
Yeah. Nagy, individuals are not seen as billiard balls that react to each other in a system. Individuals, not the primary focus. The relationship is a focus to truly understand humanity, a fundamental shift for systemic understanding. Bowen, strategic, structural, communication, all the systemic thinkers are shifting towards systemic. Nagy probably made the shift better than any one of them.
Is he like, was he one of the fathers of like intersubjectivity then?
No. Intersubjectivity is coming up through psychoanalysis. It's not coming through systemic psychology. So if you want a branch, if it's a tree, it's Freud, is a trunk, and then you got the branch of intersubjectivity going this way through 5 different. Intersubjectivity is the 5th branch from the trunk, Freud. And then you have systemic psychology shifting away from Freud, and then it has various branches. And the culminating branch that is most consistent with the systemic shift is Nagy. Confusing, isn't it?
Well, it just seems like some of what he's trying to get into really brings intersubjectivity to the forefront.
He's very into subjectivity.
Yeah.
Okay, basic contributions understood in the phrase contextual. Human interaction development happens in a transcendent ethical context. Now psychology is going to get really nervous. Freud is going to start to smoke another cigar. Nagy just introduced religiosity through psychology because he's Jewish, has the Old Testament background, and Martin Buber is very Jewish, brilliant Jewish theologian. There is an existential context sense where whether recognized by people or not, sense of justice and fairness. Surprising in a critical race theory, no one's paying attention to Nagy. Listen, there ain't nothing new. Everything under the sun. People act as though it's new to them, and it's new to them oftentimes because they didn't do their homework. So they think they discover something. No, it's nothing new under the sun. Brilliant thinkers, brilliant people who have wrestled with issues of justice and so forth. Our lives are lived out in this ethical primary issue of justice and fairness. We are made, the universe is made in such a way that we are obligated to treat each other fairly, justly. Wow. He's talking this stuff long before critical race theory. Why? Because of Buber, because of his rabbinical background, because of Jewish context. Buber calls this the justice of the human order. This ethical order transcends our perspective or understanding. It imposes its requirements upon us, whether we acknowledge it or not. In philosophy, whenever you see DM in my PowerPoints, that was me throwing in comments. In philosophy, this is a given. Or some may say it's an a priori. Naji takes its existential context and develops an intergenerational understanding of relational responsibility. What happens in one generation, which is not resolved, will be passed on to the next. The most salient point for me of the Black Lives Matter is not their protests, but the historicalness of their angst, which is right on target. Some pain we need to face. Yes, sir. Your solution sucks. Right? What happens in one generation, which is not resolved, will be passed on to the next. Like passing a debt is not paid off, your children will inherit it down the generational line. Right? So, one of the things I have in my computer is a balance sheet. You guys know what a balance sheet is? And so it's about 15, 16 pages. Because I'm at my age, I'm anticipating, well, if the Lord takes me out of the picture, takes me home to be with him, what's my wife going to figure out all the accounts, passwords, where they are, what are the RMDs and so forth and so forth. So I decided, well, I better put it in an Excel spreadsheet. But that, and then I told my son about it in case both of us on an airplane goes down and he inherits it. Something's being passed. So I want him to intelligently know what's what. Because as you get old enough, your life becomes very complicated, though you become very simple. It's called becoming senile. Isn't that funny? Life gets complicated, but you become very simple. You start out as a child, you end up like a child. It's a wacky system.
It'll only be funny if you're going over.
It's only funny, right? Okay, so all this happens because we live in a transgenerational ethical context. There's not a single DNA inside of you that is not inherited material. And now we know from trauma research, trauma can alter DNA and can be passed on up to 4 generations. Transgenerational understanding has great implication for Christian integration of our Christian understanding of reality and systemic thoughts. Many systemic thinkers, such as structural and strategic families therapy, will deny transcendence because they are working within the system and they're not looking at the system within the system and doing a meta reflection of the system as you look at the system. Did you guys track with me? Transcendence. Knowledge is trying to be consistent with introducing transcendence. There is a world out there that's beyond what we believe and have constructed, are beholden to, is accountable. This is radical way of doing counseling. What? In counseling, we think ethically? And the ethic, he would say, yes, ethically, and the ethics is intergenerationally. The ethics is being played out through the generational transmissions. We are not merely biological creatures who have evolved the Bowen's beliefs, which is biological determinism. Naji says, let's look at the ethical demands that transcend our biology, called to be fair and just. I'm off to the cinemas alone. What it means to be human is found in a contextual reality, a relationship that is framed by transcendent, transgenerational, ethical demands of justice and fairness. Why aren't the critical race theory people jumping on Nazi? It's far better than Marxist Leninist, if you stop and think about it, which slides into power and dividing people down into oppressors and oppressed, and empowering the oppressed to overthrow the oppressor, who in turn become historically the new oppressors. Stalin was a greater dictator than the Tsar. Stalin killed more people than the Tsar did. The Russians were better off with the Tsar, as far as murder.
Maybe the movements aren't looking for justice truly.
Okay, four-dimensional realities, four dimensions of relational reality paradigm that incorporates all our theories up to this point, with using the fourth point to add knowledge's unique contribution. Okay, but this time you're going to be asking me, especially Lani, well, how does this work? What do you actually do in therapy, and how can you teach this to the body of Christ? And I go, help. Yes, there is some practical clinical applications. It's coming. So first, four dimensions of reality: objectifiable facts. Second, individual psychology. Third, transactional patterns. And fourth, relational ethics. So he's looking at reality from these four perspectives. Objectifiable facts. Opposed to radical constructivism, there are some things you cannot change that influence the course of one's life. Reality has a way of imposing itself on you, because reality is not designed to make you happy. Reality is not centered around you. Reality is reality. Genetic influence, physical health, personal history. Example of being run over by a truck. There are people who have incredible sad events and they limp through life. That's objectable reality. No matter what you think about it, no matter who you find fault with, right? At this dimension, biological factors should be considered. Yes, is there a place to pay attention to biology? But in evolutionary psychology, which is considered the king empirical psychology, and those people, I'd say, remind them, brain scan, brain scan, brain scan. We have actual data, measurable data. in psychology, if you don't understand anything, you always revert back to evolutionary psychology. It's a leap of faith back to evolution to explain everything. At this dimension, biological factors, yeah, you have to consider. All right, okay, so let's have a nasty conversation. Okay? May I have permission to have a nasty conversation with you guys? Off the record conversation. And would you give me permission to be sexist?
Well, you are being recorded right now, so keep that in mind.
Blatantly sexist.
You find the right finds a good thing.
Pardon?
You find the right finds a good thing. There you go.
Hold on, it's gotta get dead in here and talk with Landy.
Now, it is now for the matters you wrote about. It's good for a man not to have sexual relations with a woman. But since sexual immorality is occurring, each man should have sexual relations with his own wife, and each woman with her own husband. The husband should fulfill his marital duty to his wife, and likewise a wife to her husband. The ethics of sexuality is not pleasure,